Yeah, we all are. Yep. Okay, so descent nature, not even descent nature, descent nature. Get back, descent nature. Now I go up on old boy channel last night, right? The dude run for me, right? So I hear him talking like they actually so-called set me straight on this descent nature, the Constitution, and so on and so forth, right? And so I challenge him. So he run. You know what I'm saying? It's like people want to project as if they're actually doing something to help people, but really ain't doing them, but really helping themselves. And with all right, you can do that. But under the circumstances, right? Under the circumstances, the Constitution, people make it seem like it's the end all be all to everything, and it has some relevance to the actual what we would consider to be people that was here before the Constitution was even thought of. Now, I would say, yeah, I went up there and trolled him a little bit. You know what I mean? But on top of that, I just wanted him to get something to clarify that, right? Because he jumps from an American, then he jumps over to an Indian, then he jumps over to a descent nature. I mean, how can we wrap that up into some type of language that can actually make sense that's doable? Because I'm confused. I think people just like to hear themselves talk. You know what I'm saying? But really ain't got no remedies or no solutions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now,
I agree.
yeah. Now the link is in the chat. Anybody listening? The link's in the chat. It's pinned to the top. I am gonna play a couple of like streams, some things that I seen that I thought was interesting. Not too many though. But yeah, this is open panel. If you got something you want to say, you want to come up here, feel free. Feel free. But I want to get this descent nature type of conversation locked in. Descent nature. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let me play a few of these things, because I want to. What we was talking about, I don't know what you heard get back yesterday, but I jumped straight to King Kong was up here, then he was talking about options and everything. So I talked about bonding, right?
Okay.
Bonding, right? If I told a lot of people, if I told everybody right here, you already are wealthy beyond your means, people will kind of look at me like I'm crazy, right? Get back.
Absolutely. Like what you mean? You feel me? Like
But most people wouldn't even ask the question, what you mean by that? They would say, nigga, you lying. What you talking about? See, that's a slave mentality, right? To me, it's a slave mentality. It's we from show me something, like talk about it, like what is it? So I tell him this, get back. I say, look, I tell King, and he received it well. He was like, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? Let me hear it. So I said, look, you get people don't understand insurance, right? Insurance is a bond. Any insurance comes with an assurance behind that. You see what I'm saying? So the assurance with an A, and then the insurance with the IN, right? So your signature and everything creates what you would consider to be a bonding relationship with the fiduciary company. I mean, they would actually tell you that they are a fiduciary, but a lot of people don't know what a fiduciary is. A fiduciary is equal to a trustee, or more or less what you would call a servant. Or it can also be considered to be a custodian. of what you would consider to be, based on how the system works right now, is something that actually can be utilized as value. It could be monetary. It could be personal. It could be real property. It could be whatever. It could be chattel, whatever it might be. But under the circumstances, people don't think that's actually money. So the one thing that what these fiduciaries do is that they wear two hats. They wear the hat of the fiduciary, and then they operate as another side of a pirate. They want to see what you know and what you don't know. Either you're going to be in control or I'm going to be in control, whichever it might be. And we're going to liquidate, we're going to monetize, we're going to make a lot of money off you, and you're going to be liable for everything. That's just how the system works right now. It's what we call de jure, de facto. De jure is where you have public official officers and private vocations where people operate within the United States to actually be able to deliver the goods and services for the people, based on the fact that gold and silver, has been suspended as your form of payment. On top of that, the way the banks were structured, these banks was structured. What we know as banks today was holding tanks, right? So it's like you have security. What is it called? It's called a security. What do you call that shit? Like a secure, like let's say you take your assets into the bank. You say, "Hey, I don't want this to be commingled with all the other things. I want my stuff separate. This is just for me." So you put this in a safe deposit box. There you go, safe deposit box.
Special safety deposit box or something like that. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Those things are considered to have value. Only the value is for your own benefit. Now you can actually allow them to utilize those assets in the safe deposit box, for their operations, but they got to make sure if they do use it, they got to return what they're used. But if you don't set it up that way, then they'll use it and then they'll call it a gift or a loan or a credit. That way, because they do it pretty much all the time. But with that being said, what they do get back is when they report it to the IRS and to the Treasury, they report it as a loan. Right?
Wow.
A lot of people don't know this. Everything that we pay, they call it a gift or a donation or a loan or a credit. But they never sent us the informational forms that the IRS Treasury sends out. Like, for example, 1099s or most of them is 1099s or W-9. W-9s is for vendors. The 1099 creates a relationship. It's more non-employee sector. It deals with payer, recipient, lender, borrower, creditor, debtor. Those are pretty much your three levels. But under the circumstances, if you talk to an IRS agent, they'll tell you, or enrolled agent, they'll tell you that all of those terms still means payer recipient. So if everything is considered to be payer recipient, and if I signed something on the dotted line and you were able to monetize that, i.e. a mortgage, or i.e. a car, then that means my signature just created money. We're talking about lawful money within the continental United States, as we might say. Also in connection with the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Article 1, Section 10. Payment. But what happens is they do something that's called a repurchase agreement. This repurchase agreement is what I call it, or it's called a CDO, a consolidated debt obligation, or It's called a transfer of assets over to the other one, right? So you transfer all your assets over to them, which actually still makes them trustee, makes them a fiduciary, a custodian of what happens. It's like the same thing of what the indigenous people did when they set up these treaties and what you would call ceded land, CEDED. Other people will say on the other end, ceded means that you actually gave something up. I can say, okay, but you telling me that I gave something up for nothing? That's what they want us to think. But nevertheless, negotiable
shit.
Right. So negotiable instruments, right? You got negotiable instruments, right? You got the Negotiable Instruments Act. You got the Bill of Exchange Act. Now I showed it up here a while back, but they're pretty much the same. So that means that you can actually negotiate things and actually be able to execute payment based on your signature, because that's pretty much all you have. You have your signature, the application based on Article 5, 102. Get back. I'm right off the top of the dome. I'm just giving you my credibility, giving you my resume. Article 5 of the UCC, 102 definitions, right? You have applicant. Applicant is one that issues a letter of credit. Now, from somebody that probably don't know that much in regards to what I'm talking about, you will say, wait a minute, I issued a letter of credit. If I issue a letter of credit, that means I issue credit, right? Get back?
Correct.
All right, that's common sense. So if I issued a letter of credit, then that means when they receive that letter of credit, they must give me what? The same in return, equal return. If I get a loan for $40,000 to get an automobile and I fill out that application and I'm considered the applicant and I send it back over to them for that $40,000, they should do what? Cut me a check, right? For $40,000. Because what did I give them? I gave them my date of birth, my ID. I also gave them my social. I gave them all this documentation, right? So all these numbers and identifications is all linked through birth certificates and with the Social Security Administration, right? So there's no Article 1, Section 10, Article 1, Section 8 right now. But you do have Title 12, 411, 412, right? Title 12 deals with the Federal Reserve Act, dealing with the Federal Reserve banks. So if I have that and they go to that Fed window, they say, here's his social, here's the numbers. Okay, they're going to connect that. They're going to find the numbers connected to that Federal Reserve Bank that's on the back of the Social Security card. You look at your Social Security card, there's numbers on the back with a letter in front. So you take that, they send it off to the Fed window. They say, okay, he good. So what they do is they do what you call EFT, electronic funds transfer, over to the loan originator or the underwriter, which is most likely one of the National Association banks that's connected, and also that is a part of the creation of the Federal Reserve in order to issue the funds to that subsidiary or that servicer of that transaction, which is probably what you would call, Nissan Motor Acceptance. They service the account, they're the middleman, and then they get their little, you got to put 1,000, 2,000 down. They put their fees in it, so on and so forth. But once they say that you're approved, they're saying you're approved because they went to the Fed window. They said the socials, everything is correct. It all connects. Here we go. So once that's done, technically, if you push the line, they're supposed to cut you a check right there. So once they cut the check, because what they do is they do cut the check, but they keep it. They keep it. And then they say they're loaning you money, but hey, we need you to fill out this. You got this long 8x14 legal document that you got to sign here, initial here, sign here, initial here, sign here, initial here. And then they have their TILA. They're supposed to have their TILA disclosures in there, Truth in Lending Act. If it's a mortgage also. You got the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, which you call RESPA. You have all these things, Frank Dodd Act. You have all these acts in consumer where you actually are supposed to get all these disclosures of what they're utilizing in regards to this transaction. Because from right there, as an applicant, you then become a consumer. What's going on, Ty Sam? But yeah, that's the function. But at no point in time, money was, what you would consider be money, was exchanged. It's all paperwork. You see? At this point, but the Constitution is nowhere in existence. At this time, the Constitution is nowhere in existence. It doesn't even function. But what is supposed to happen within the Constitution is equal protection of the law, full disclosure, no trespassing, nothing being taken or seized without just compensation, and your privacy. So if you're supposed to tell me that, hey, I need your social security number, you don't have to give it to me, but if you don't give it to me, we can't do this transaction. And I say, why? Why? Get back? You're going to say, well, because if you don't do that, then I can't get paid. Do you really think Get Back Motor Acceptance is going to tell me that up front? Hell no, because you're going to be like, shit, I'm out of here. And that's going to hold them liable. But what people want to do, just to sound intelligent, this is kind of like a monologue. To sound intelligent is they say, well, the Constitution, yeah, the set nature of everything. If you consider yourself by definition American, Aboriginal, Autochthonous, Indian, and indigenous man on this continent, now known as or in suspect classification as Black, Negro, colored, Indian, African American, that has nothing to do with the Constitution. We come before the Constitution. We actually created the Constitution. We actually helped them set up shop. We actually funded them. So what are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? This is where people don't want to get to that, and then they get frustrated, they get to trolling, they don't want to be, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's oh, you know what I'm saying? I just had to give that little opening. Because I'm telling you, Get Back, a lot of people don't know what the fuck they talking about. And they need to shut up. It's just like these people up here in Congress, in the Senate, on the state, in the local, up here screaming and hollering, tap dancing, and running this whole little act play. They need to shut up and get out of here. And if ain't nobody talking about that, they need to shut up and get out of here. Nah, I got that off. But anyway, what's up, J-Dub? Let me go ahead and play these videos real quick. I'm going to start off with this right here. Let me start off with this right here. Let me get my share screen up. Let me do it. While we're doing this, we get that. All right, let me go on mute.
So you open.
Close. Yeah. Yeah. So let's say the guy's fast and he's strong. Like he goes, boom. That one comes easy.
Oh my goodness.
Easy. Very easy. Very easy. Very easy.
How do you guys strike? Do you have a certain hand position?
Oh wow. Yeah, one of the in Aton-Yah, we one of our specialties is variation of handshake.
Yes, I've noticed that because he has a leopard.
Yeah.
Dragon.
So all of those things. So it's funny. I'm glad you bring up the five animal. The way we're taught in our lineage, contrary to what the media portrays, it's not imitative boxing. We're not imitating animals. The way my seafood teaches it, first and foremost, we're emulating how animals think about fighting.
Interesting.
See? And how do they think? In the wild, they fight to kill.
Yes.
And secondly, they fight to kill on the first exchange.
That's true.
And
That's
then
true.
thirdly, now we talk about the varieties in which they may kill. You know, a snake is just as deadly as a tiger.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
and then more importantly, in keeping with the true Shaolin tradition, we don't separate the 5. Every movement has all 5.
Can you explain
movement.
that? Can you elaborate that
Sure.
concept?
Of course. So let's take facing punch, right? Just that. Okay. This single punch. The first animal is dragon. The dragon represents the non-physical part of ourselves. After first have confidence. You see?
But so it's not just this.
No, that's a shape. That's for the movies, right? Although we have it, right?
Okay.
So the first is the non-physical part of myself. I'm not fighting with my body. Even when we're training, we're not training against punches and kicks and blocks and bricks and bats. We're training against an enemy's intent to harm us and get away.
That you brought up very important things. Yes, sir. I agree.
Yeah. So the first thing is, no matter how well I'm trained, if I don't have the confidence, if I don't have the gut, let some kung fu, right?
Wow, he's getting his good.
You see?
Yes, sir.
So if I don't have the guts first, what's this going to do?
Nothing.
Right. So first is dragon. Boom. And you see it where? Externally? In the eyes. Yeah, the confidence, right? The sahe.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
The killing instinct.
Exactly. Then second is snake. Snake trains the chi. So I do, again, the power from the core to the extremity, the smoothness. So I get all of it from here to there. No interruptions, right? And so what do we want to go in first? Into the bone structure. Our structure, from a physiological perspective, the primary strength is structure.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
That's the tiger. Tiger trains the bone.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Then we need motive force, movement, right? That's the leopard. Trains the muscle.
Okay.
Yes, the speed.
Yes.
See the explosiveness from going from extreme soft to extreme hard.
Wow.
That's speed.
Okay.
Right? So people see this and he's got a lot of muscle mass, but I'm not using the muscle.
You're not.
No.
Can you imagine he is?
Right. And then lastly is the crane. Right? So after the body's so fully energized, we can't just burn it out. We have to return back to the essence. Right? And there's a calmness also too from a combative perspective. It's knowing when to do what.
Relax.
The crane, when it's not time to move, it doesn't move. When it's time to move, it moves decisively. Slow.
So you open it.
Pushing me, the power's on my spine.
Yes.
Fun to take it off my spine. Then the chick.
So what the heck?
Chick is straight. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Because I feel this one, from my perspective, I'm pushing you.
Yes.
But the moment you roll, my energy is going that direction.
Exactly.
The third thing is you shut it forward, and then it goes back to my feet.
It goes back to your feet. Yes. So with two sword cutting bridge, right?
Yes, sir.
Or Puji, right? There's power. There's a line of power going this way, as opposed to not just this way, but this way. We have 12 bridges. The last bridge we call Dengkyu. Deng means to finalize.
Yes.
Meld together, right? Use the appropriate skill at the appropriate time.
That's cool.
So it's the idea of the perfect bridge. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So it could be whatever it needs to be, right? Also, Deng as in nail.
Like
Sharp.
Yeah.
Very sharp. We want our power to be very sharp, very penetrating.
Wow.
See? So in this case, when you grab, this is jik. I'm shooting this way. When you feel the power, go that way. You see?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the iron wire form is not just internal training. It's an actual combated system.
Wow.
Yeah, it's old Hunga.
Can you show, before we close, can you show one application that,
Sure.
and then the audience can take that away?
One of my favorites is what people, it's a classic Hunga movement, the black tiger shape.
Oh, I like that.
Right.
Okay,
Everybody
yes.
sees it and they say,
What is this?
yeah, I don't know if you can really use it. Right?
Yes.
This is what people say. So it's the smart use. That's another thing about Hunga. It's not just develop power, develop skill, but the smart use of it.
Okay.
So if you're punching my face, my hands are down, no way I'm going to get punched in the face.
Yes.
If I do this and then this. So that same punch, I rise up. Now that's open. Now we go. You see?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Or I attack, you stop me. There, I step in here.
Oh, I can do it, my goodness.
And then, yes.
It's so powerful. Every time you touch my body, I'm moving away.
So that's one of my favorites.
Okay.
Also, the same, let's say you block, right? Follow up, what we call single tiger.
Single tiger.
Single tiger this way. So there's black tiger and then the single tiger shape. So it takes advantage of that open door there. There's a turn.
I can see this one.
Yes. And then that. Yes. Yes, sir.
I saw a clip of him breaking coconuts with your bare hand. I'm gonna leave that clip right here. Can you imagine that my skull was like coconut?
We don't do a lot of that type of thing. The key thing, but the key thing is showing how.
Yes.
Because you put your body weight over it. Okay, not so hard.
Yes.
But slapping it at waist level.
That's a different level.
Very different. That we want to show smooth transition of the live power.
Yes, sir.
The king leg.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome.
As opposed to dead power.
I learned so much today. I love
thank
it.
you.
If anybody wants to find you, how can they contact you?
Find me on Instagram, Sifu Sharif. Also on TikTok, Sifu Sharif. Or on Facebook, Sharif Anayobek. But in this case, you're pushing. So there, from the combat perspective, is our timing. When there's the opening, I take the shot. You see, I take the shot. In this case, you find that one. I take this shot. You see?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we don't separate the 5 animals, because that'd be like having a human being with 2 arms and 1 leg.
That's true, because you don't want to switch style between during combats.
Right.
I'm doing dragon, I'm doing the tiger.
Exactly.
You want to unify everything.
And that's one of the things that Wong Fei Hung did with the 5 animals from Shaolin. He added, because of his medical knowledge, and he was a kung fu genius, he was crazy, right? He added the 5 element principle, not from the medicine per se, but he added the 5 element principle to give us mindset behind the shape.
That's cool.
And 4 feelings added to that.
Yes, sir.
So it's a way of like psychological operations training.
Yes.
If you fire the hook shot and he's so strong, I can't do that. So first now, okay, now I stick, because I can't take the power, right? So then I just stick.
I know a lot of my viewers gonna be like, that looks like Wing Chun, but it's not. It's similar, right?
Right there.
Bong Cao.
Bong Cao.
You guys know Bong Cao?
Absolutely. We have 3 important hand techniques.
That's like Wing Chun.
3 important hand techniques. Bong Cao. Right? Q Sao just refers to our Hung God 12 bridges.
Yes, sir.
12 bridges.
Q Sao.
And then scissor hand, golden scissor hand. Kung Dao Jin Sao. And then various powers, various ways to express the power. Like in that case, right? This is rolling. More Bong Kun Sao. And then Chum Gate.
Chum Q.
Yes.
We'll call it Chum Q.
Yes.
Sinking bridge. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you guys use your Fa-Jing? Fucking.
So that's a big part of what we do. The idea, my Sifu says, Grandmaster Friggy, at the higher level, any part of the body discharges. Any part. So even you grab me here, I discharge.
What the heck?
See?
That's cool.
I discharge, right? So in this case,
Oh my God.
we have 12 bridges. We have 12 bridges. One of them is fun.
What?
Split divide.
Okay.
So the representative movement, Subti Fun Gum, right? You see? So
Boy, man, he moved his arms back. Move, dude, jump back. Electric. All right, let's keep it going. Very, very, very good. Very good.
I'm not going to beg anymore. Right now, we're going to let you know where we're at. We'll start off with 6,500 people. 6,500 Black people were lynched in this country. Over 12 million Black people were slaves. Yet we got this monument outside. You uphold this and tell us it can't be moved because it's historical. However, this neighborhood was Black and historical. You moved the people with no problem. That monument was someplace else. You moved it with no problem. So it's not historical. You want us to know where our place is. As of right now, we are no longer accepting this. We will vote everybody out until we get the things that we need. We have watched Black people get killed by police. We don't hear anything from you. We hear nothing of concern when it comes to the people that aren't the priority. So I'm not going to be up here very long tonight. I do want to let you know we wish to be on the agenda to discuss what to do about that monument. Now, as I proposed last time, we can put up another monument next to it, and it can represent all the people that were lynched and all the people that were enslaved. And you guys can make sure to cut the ribbon for that next to it. That is all. I'm not going to beg you.
I mean, it's about time that these people talk about that. A lot of people don't remember during all that crazy stuff that was going on after George Floyd. They was tearing down old monuments. They were destroying monuments. See what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even remember that. Like, they were burning stuff down in different places. A lot of people don't even think about what actually was going on behind because everybody was so worried about George Floyd and what happened to him. Like that was the first time it ever happened. that they couldn't even see what was going on behind the scenes. They had these people, these groups up here with masks on and everything. It was like, to me, it was like the whole shutdowns, they enforced masks on the face was allowing people to get away with certain stuff at certain times without being seen. Shit, but what do I know? This Thurgood.
All sorts of matters, Your Honor.
Like what? Now stick to
Hold on, real.
the record. Like what?
But-
No, I will not let you go with that. Isn't it true that there's nothing in the record but religion?
There is definitely there is 99 and 44 100%
Good.
religion.
I'll settle for
As for but the
it. Is
state,
that case here?
excuse me,
Is that case here?
the case is cited in the briefs, Your Honor.
Yeah, but is it here?
No,
We're
that
talking
was,
about this case.
that was 33 years ago, Your Honor. What we are dealing
Well,
with,
let's talk about this case in this year. What is there in the record that says she can't protect herself physically?
there is the
The
uncontroverted
fact that she couldn't resist her father in yanking her in the car?
lying to
Well, if
Dr.
she's lying, she has a perfect right to lie, as long as she doesn't lie under oath.
They're
Do you
subject to-
recognize a difference in parental control over minors and adults?
That is correct, Your Honor.
I hope so.
There's
So if you guys heard what he just said, he said it's all right for her to lie as long as she don't lie, as long as she don't lie under oath. What's going on? Let's hit the panel. It's pinned at the top. We're gonna be quick on this. We ain't gonna be up here all day. We want to get this in real quick. But he said, Thurgood said, it's all right for her to lie, just as long as she don't lie under oath. Because you know these people lie every day, all day. All right, that's cool. So they lie every day, all day. But you know what? They're not doing it under oath. But you got these attorneys coming up here in this courthouse lying every goddamn day. And they doing it under oath. Right? Because they put a declaration behind it. They done pulled your ass over and said you committed a crime because they pulled you over because you was driving while black. So under the circumstances, who lying? Is that under oath? I mean, yeah. When they fill out a police report, there's an affidavit at the end of that. Has anybody been in that situation? Read your police report. There's an affidavit on the penalty of perjury. Then read the actual indictment. Because regardless of what it is, on a traffic ticket, it's still considered to be an indictment. And these people are actually doing what? Swearing, verifying on the penalty of perjury through the police and the DA's office, right? Now, we know nobody from the DA's office was there. In California, it's called Penal Code 118.1. And then you got Penal Code 435, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Might want to fact check me on that, get back. J-Dub, I think it's 435 or something like that, Penal Code 435. Anybody that actually makes a report to an attorney to the district attorney's office or a judge or something like that, 6 months in jail. Penal Code 118.1, Penal Code. People say, well, the Penal Code is against the people. No, against the officials. It's against these officers, these law enforcement officers, all these people. Penal Code, read the Penal Code. The Penal Code tell you who is bound by that, if you know. You also need to look up the definition of what a motor vehicle is. To all you smart motherfuckers. And yeah, it's Friday. I'm going to say what the hell I want to say. It's my Sabbath. I can do what the hell I want. Now, I bet you nobody know about that. Right. So let's get back to Thurgood.
This order says she shall be subjected to treatment.
This order
And
says
I would assume if it's not voluntary, it'll be involuntary.
is to
You want to get some more rubber seals, or you want to use these same ones?
What you think?
I don't know. Was it leaking?
Nah, wasn't that leaking?
do all sorts of matters, Your Honor.
Like what? Now stick to the record. Like what? No, I will not let you go with that. Isn't it true that there's nothing in the record but religion?
There is definitely, there is 99 and 44 100%
Good.
religion.
I'll settle for it.
As for the, but the
Is
state,
that case here?
excuse me,
Is that case here?
the case is cited in the briefs, Your Honor.
Yeah, but is it here?
No,
We're
that
talking
was,
about this case.
that was 33 years ago, Your Honor. What we are dealing
Well,
with,
let's talk about this case in this year. What is there in the record that says she can't protect herself physically?
there is the
The
uncontroverted
fact that she couldn't resist her father in yanking her in the car?
lying to
Well, if
documents.
she's lying, she has a perfect right to lie, as long as she doesn't lie under oath.
You're
Do
subject
you
to-
recognize a difference in parental control over minors and adults?
That is correct, Your Honor.
I hope so.
There's,
This order says she shall be subjected to treatment.
this order
And
says
I would assume if it's not voluntary, it'll be involuntary.
as to all sorts of matters, Your Honor.
Like what? Now stick to the record. Like what?
But-
No, I will not let you go with that. Isn't it true that there's nothing in the record but religion?
There is definitely there is 99 and 44 100%
Good.
religion.
I'll settle for it.
As for the, but the
Is
state,
that case here?
excuse me,
Is that case here?
the case is cited in the briefs, Your Honor.
Yeah, but is it here?
No,
We're
that
talking
was,
about this case.
that was 33 years ago, Your Honor. What we are dealing
Well,
with,
let's talk about this case in this year. What is there in the record that says she can't protect herself physically?
there is the
The
uncontroverted
fact that she couldn't resist her father in yanking her in the car?
lying to
Well, if
documents.
she's lying, she has a perfect right to lie, as long as she doesn't lie under oath.
You're
Do
subject
you
to-
recognize a difference in parental control over minors and adults?
That is correct, Your Honor.
I hope so.
There's,
This order says she shall be subjected to treatment.
Tuna heavy diet was more expensive than it should have been, thanks to this man. A grand jury has indicted Bumblebee Foods CEO Christopher Leszewski on price fixing
Maybe
charges. Prosecutors say he conspired with other people in the
check this one out. Anybody like tuna? You might want to rethink it. You might want to start going fishing.
industry to eliminate competition by fixing the price of canned tuna. 2 other Bumblebee executives have already pleaded guilty. The company agreed to pay a $25 million fine.
Scientists ran DNA tests on canned tuna, bought from grocery stores across America. What they found was not tuna, escalar, a fish so toxic to the human digestive system that Japan and Italy have banned it from being sold entirely. Sitting in cans, labeled as tuna, on shelves you have been shopping from for years. That is not the worst part. The worst part is which brands the testing flagged. Names you grew up with, names your doctor never told you to avoid. Names sitting in the pantries of pregnant women and cancer patients right now because the label said tuna and nobody checked what was actually inside. 7 brands investigated. Only 2 are actually real fish. Let's open every single one. Number 1, Starkist. Charlie the tuna has been trying to get caught since 1961. That is the joke. The mascot with taste. The fish who wanted to be good enough for Starkist. Generations of American families grew up with that cartoon playing on their television sets. Charlie became one of the most recognized brand mascots in food history. Parents bought Starkist. Their children bought Starkist. Their grandchildren are buying Starkist right now without a second thought. Charlie never mentioned the federal criminal conviction. Here is what happened. Starkist, Bumblebee, and Chicken of the Sea coordinated pricing across the American canned tuna market for years. They conspired to fix prices so that regardless of which can a consumer picked up, they were paying whatever the cartel had agreed on. The Department of Justice investigated. StarKist pleaded guilty to federal price-fixing charges in 2019. The company was fined $100 million. $100 million in fines. Charlie kept smiling on the can. That conviction alone should give every family pause before the next purchase. But the sourcing problems run deeper than the price fixing. Independent DNA testing conducted by researchers at ocean conservation institutions has flagged species substitution in StarKist product lines. Cans labeled as albacore, containing skipjack. Cans labeled as light tuna, containing species that were not identified as tuna at all. The testing methodology is straightforward. DNA sequencing does not lie about what species is in the can. The label sometimes does. Then there is the mercury question. Certain StarKist varieties have tested above FDA advisory thresholds for mercury in independent laboratory analysis. The FDA sets advisory limits specifically because mercury accumulates in the body over time. It crosses the placental barrier. It affects neurological development in fetuses and young children. Pregnant women and families with young children are the most vulnerable population, and they are also the core StarKist consumer demographic. Open a can of StarKist Chunk Light and press the fish against the side of the can with a fork. Notice the texture variation. Some pieces firm, some dissolving immediately. That inconsistency across a single can is not natural variation in one species. That is what multiple species processed together looks like when the flesh behaves differently under the same conditions. Charlie wanted to be caught by StarKist. You deserve to know exactly what StarKist is catching. The next brand has been investigated by a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalism team. The mermaid did not come out of it well. Number 2, Chicken of the Sea. You have seen this mermaid your entire life. She has been on that can since 1914. Chicken of the Sea is not just a brand to American families and seniors. It is a fixture, a pantry constant that outlasted every food trend, every economic crisis, every generation of grocery shopping. It feels permanent, reliable, safe in the way that only something truly familiar can feel. That feeling is the product. The fish behind it is a different story. Chicken of the Sea is owned by Thai Union, a Thai corporation that controls roughly 20% of the global canned seafood market. And Thai Union is not a company with a clean record in any category. The Associated Press published a landmark investigation into Thai Union supply vessels. What they found was forced labor. Men trafficked onto fishing boats, held at sea for years, no pay, no contract, no way off the vessel. The fish those men caught under those conditions ended up in cans on American grocery shelves. That investigation won a Pulitzer Prize. Thai Union issued statements, joined sustainability coalitions, promised systemic reform. The mermaid stayed smiling on the can. Independent audits of Thai Union supply chains conducted after those initial investigations continued to flag unresolved sourcing issues. Certifications were obtained. What happens on the water remains significantly harder to verify than what gets printed on a label. The tuna category runs deeper than the sardine category for Thai Union. The volume is...
Eating a tuna-heavy diet was more expensive than it should have been, thanks to this.
What'd you say? I didn't hear anything about it.
Just say it again.
Please speak on 3.31, 32, and 33.
Oh, okay. Do I get 9 minutes?
Just speak on your items. Next time, we won't wait for you. You need to stay in the room if you've got an item pulled.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not playing games with you today. Speak. Your time's already started.
Don't tell me what to do. It's my time.
Wait. Oh, we still have 18.
We have 3.
Not playing games with me?
Your time's going.
Is there an I don't get shit. I suggest you stop talking. Who are you looking for? You looking to the sheriff?
I'm looking right at you.
Okay. I suggest you stop talking. Unless you're going to answer some questions. Now, is there an investigation into the Riverside County Sheriff right now for, how do we put this? Industrializing rape. Is there? Yes or no?
This is your time.
Well, I'm asking you a question. You seem to be blabbing. So I'm asking you a direct question. Is there an investigation into the Riverside County Sheriff for industrializing rape? Meaning, the Riverside County Sheriff uses rape as a form of coercion, blackmail, intimidation, punishment. Is there an investigation into that? Yes or no? Is there a representative from the sheriff that could answer that? Can you answer that, sir? Is there an investigation into that? Yes or no?
Please don't respond.
Don't tell him what to do. Don't tell him what to do. In fact, that is against the law. You cannot give him orders as he cannot give you orders. So it's against the law. It's in the Constitution. It's not hard. Go ahead and look it up.
Can we remove this individual?
You're going to remove me? For what? For what? What am I being removed for?
For disturbing everybody, disturbing the dais.
For what? What are you smiling at?
Can't hear it.
I know.
Oh.
I know. And they muted his mic. You saw that they muted his mic? You couldn't hear it because they muted his mic.
I had a hot mic, guys.
No, not you. Not you. Nah, the guy on the video, you couldn't hear it because they had muted his mic, J-Dub. You saw his mouth moving, you couldn't hear nothing. They muted his mic. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna go back a little bit further. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Hold on, let's go back. Hold on.
What are you smiling at?
You see that, J-Dub? They muted his mic. They muted his mic. Watch this.
He's leaving.
What are you laughing at?
Now they take the mic off. Watch this.
Huh?
That's crazy. Now, this is how you know, right? This is how you know that there is a serious issue going here. Now, this is how you know that this is something bigger than just at this point in time, right? This is what I say, y'all. I'm not laughing at him. I'm not laughing at other people because now, since they drank that Kool-Aid, that now they are a victim of what they actually participated in 60 years ago, 70 years ago, in this whole restructuring. And they didn't know that they was considered to be pawns in the game because now you got a whole group of other people. Just like the whole sovereign citizen movement, right? The whole sovereign citizen movement is based on the fact that these so-called white people that worked in these whole situations these so-called people, right? These so-called people that worked in these situations to fuck over black people, right? Then turned on the system because the system actually utilized them to enslave them too. They used them as a means to the end, right? And then once they accomplished their job of what they was employed to do, they then fell right into the trap. That's why I talk about Rex 84. Rex 73, Rex 84. All these people that were actually doing a job for somebody in order to suppress the actual people that you would consider to be American, Indian, indigenous people, these people now are like them. Because the whole objective was to put us in a subservient position, low on the totem pole. The 12, 13%, right? The 12, 13% of people in what you would consider to be in the United States, or what they want to call America. See what I'm saying? So, with that being said, you have a new wave of people they've been bringing in over the last 100+ years. Just a whole new line of people. We got you good. Good. You did your job. Go over there in these communities. I need you to do this. I need you to do this. I need you to provoke something. I need you to cause the hysteria. I need this. I need that. Yeah, that needs to be done. Once you're done doing that, you're no longer useful. You fall in the pack with them. Make sure you got your driver's license. Make sure you go get a job. Make sure that you keep this communication up. Make sure that we are comfortable with you being in your positions to make sure that you keep these people out. So if you're going to keep these people out, and then once you get the idea that, wait a minute, something didn't fell past your desk. You done ran some confidential things that you wasn't supposed to read. Or you ran something that they assumed that you was totally conditioned. And you say, wait a minute, that wasn't a part of the plan. Wait a minute. Then on top of that, you take that to your children. I'm talking about these so-called Pelski, these so-called white people. You take that to these children and say, wait a minute, your children, you at the dinner table, slicing up your meat, with your potatoes and all this type of stuff, right? Then you tell your children at a young age, you say, wait a minute, these people that we consider to be black people are really not what you think they are. And some of these people off themselves based on the atrocities that took place. Once they found out that everything they was told was a lie, a lot of them people off themselves.
You think so, Coach?
I know so. This is why they're the biggest druggies. These are the biggest people that can't enjoy the money. These white people can't enjoy the money that they have. They can't enjoy none of that wealth because they knew it came off the back of the Aboriginal indigenous people of this land.
Ill-gotten gain. Shout out to Alabama. Peace to you other brothers that just came on the panel too. What up?
That's what I'm saying. They can't enjoy that shit. And people, I mean, you supposed to be the best of the best, the top of the top. But you got to keep shooting your arm up. You got to keep filling your nose up. You got to get that glass thing and you got to put that up in there and you got to go to the hood to buy it. Because you don't want your people to know that you own that shit, but you got to come over here to get it. And then you accept all types of bywords that's being called to you just so you can get that. And then you sit there and you take it because you know that you feel sorry about what your people did. But it ain't what your people did 400 years ago. It's about what your people did 100 years ago from 2026. Because y'all wasn't here no longer than 1908, 1910. See, that's the key. See what I'm saying? But now you got people like that that's up in here. You got Italians, you got Mexicans, you got Asians, you got Armenians, you got all different type of Caucasians. I always call them Caucasians up over here. From all different parts of the Western, Central, and Eastern Asia area that up over here lamping, getting good money, sitting there looking at us like we what? Lesser than. But then once it gets to the point where now they're sitting over here rebelling against this group, this private group that's actually, you know what I'm saying? Put them in that damn thing too. Got them in the corner. Thank you for doing your job. Now guess what? Get over there. Get over there with them. See, I'm just saying. Hey, but look, what do I know? You know, it's interesting that it's interesting that people do not want to come up here with all that bullshit smoke and come and challenge something, man. Where they at? I bet you they won't come up here.
Hey, Jack. What's up, bro?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, I'm good. I'm just listening. I caught the back end of that video. Look like they don't want certain shit on the record, bro. That's why they don't. They ain't let them talk. Because if they answer the question, is on the record. That's why I say you gotta make sure they play games with that. Whereas though certain things are on the record, like they'll talk, and then sometimes these magistrates will talk, and they working in conjunction with the clerk, and sometimes the clerk will pause the recorders, so they'll say something to you out of pocket, and then they'll proceed, and you thinking that it's on the record and it's not. So he's saying something that he's not supposed to say, but they know they're protected because it's not on the record. So if you go to appeal, that other stuff that the judge said is not going to be on the record. So if he goes to appeal and they never answered, then it goes into it becomes stale. You know, almost like a stalemate. It almost be like a what they call a moot point.
Right.
So
yeah, that's right.
That's why I said a lot of things in the public you got to be careful with. That's why I think the way I think, because anything in the public, whether it be history or whatever, you got to give it a side eye, because they allowed that to be on the record for a reason. You see what I'm saying? They want you to identify with those stories and who you think you are from what they put on the record. So you already know 9 times out of 10 times, most of the time is false. You have to go with your instincts, which you learn from your own research and what you see, and put the puzzle pieces together. And sometimes you will catch them putting lies and truths together. You know what I mean? You got to pick and choose where they are, because there's so many things that I found that contradicts their story is ridiculous. Where they recycle stories through history.
Now this, let me give you an example. What you talk about. Let me give everybody, not you, let me give everybody else an example.
All right, go ahead.
Let me give everybody else an example what you talk about, right? A stenographer, a court reporter, right? Somebody that could come in and pretty much type in everything that's being said on the record, right? In California, pretty much 80% of the court proceedings will not allow a court reporter. One of them is a
excuse me, please.
Unlawful detainer court. So I remember one time, right?
Hold up, Aton. You saying that they don't allow you to bring in your own reporter, your own court reporter?
No, they won't provide one for you.
But you can get one. You can hire your own, right, and bring them in.
Yeah. You could hire your own, but that's what they want you to do. They want you to pay for it, because let's say you own fee waiver, right? You got a lot of people when you self litigate. You know what I'm saying? You might not be able to.
Oh, they won't
You
provide you
not
with
might be able to report. You might not be able to
one.
report it.
Yeah, they
I
they taking
purchased
advantage
one.
of that.
Man, I purchased one time. That thing cost me $6,000
Damn.
for the
So
whole
they
damn day.
so you saying
$6,000
that the
for
court
the
won't
day.
provide you with the transcripts at the end. You can't get them.
Well, the only thing you could possibly do is try to figure out how to get the audio recording of the proceedings if you ain't got no court reporter. And they won't give you the video either. They won't even provide you that now. Yeah, that shit cost me $6,000. And this was for a trial. And I was like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't, it was kind of like last minute because they was like, nah, we're not providing no court reporter for you. I said, wait a minute. You guys have to. If you don't do that, this is not Article 3, nothing. And we got a jury trial. We got a trial coming up. Nah, man, I need a court reporter. It was like, nope, not here. You got to get your own. I was like, sheesh. So I had to find one on the last minute.
What if you put in a Freedom of Information Act on it? Could you do that?
Yeah, you could do that. You could do, okay. And more importantly, on the state side, you do what is called a Public Records Act request. Yeah. Yeah, the state side, they call it Public Records Act. Certain states call it Open Records Act. But in California, it's the California Public Records Act request. It's equal to FOIA. They got 10 days to get it to you in California versus 30 days with the FOIA. Yeah. Real talk. But that was the issue. And you know what? In okay, so my point is this, like in one case, the time had moved. I forgot to order the court reporter, right? I'm in there, I'm talking to the judge, and I snap it off to him, and then at the end, I throw a little joke in there. I say something kind of slick about the attorneys being ultraviers. And I said, well, I strike that from the record. He said, we don't have to worry about that. This is not on the record. I said, but I got witnesses here though. But what his order was behind that, because he had a tentative ruling, and then I had to get oral arguments. So when I came in there and I said what I said, he was like, sheesh. Like, this is not on the record. So he went and ruled against it because he knew there wasn't no record behind it. So when you go to appeal, there's no transcript or anything to be able to bring into the appellate court. But this is what I'm saying, But yeah, I just said that to say that. And this is what is going on. Like, so everything that he said, you shutting him up and all that stuff. Precedent is everything. Precedent is everything. Like, if you coming in without an attorney saying what you're saying, you setting precedent, they can't have it. It's out. It's out. So, yeah, y'all got it. What's going on, Isis? How you doing?
Hey, peace, Aton. Peace, everybody.
All right.
Did you finish that that tuna thing? What were they saying? That's not real?
Oh, you didn't.
I know you guys were on the train of thought, so you guys can continue. I'll wait.
I can play it again.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna be back and see. Hold on, let me.
And it's what you make some tuna fish sandwiches and shit, right? You ain't trying to eat that shit.
Well, listen, they say, well, if you eat tuna with like some put in a little bit of bell peppers, a really good healthy meal or whatever, and then hear Anton go and play that it's not even tuna, that's kind of crazy.
It's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
Ah, man, that's crazy. I was like, woo. But like I said, the ones you get, there is cans now that they have that says wild caught. So the ones that are wild caught, I think those are the ones you need to look at. because not all of them, just certain ones. But here you go. Let me get back on it. This turned my stomach. I was messed up behind that.
Man, a grand jury has indicted Bumblebee Foods CEO.
Hold on, let me.
Christopher Lashewski on price-fixing charges. Prosecutors say he conspired with other people in the industry to eliminate competition by fixing the price of canned tuna. 2 other Bumblebee executives have already pleaded guilty. The company agreed to pay a $25 million fine.
Scientists ran DNA tests on canned tuna, bought from grocery stores across America. What they found was not tuna, escalar, a fish so toxic to the human digestive system that Japan and Italy have banned it from being sold entirely. Sitting in cans, labeled as tuna, on shelves you have been shopping from for years. That is not the worst part. The worst part is which brands the testing flagged. Names you grew up with, names your doctor never told you to avoid, names sitting in the pantries of pregnant women and cancer patients right now because the label said tuna and nobody checked what was actually inside. 7 brands investigated, only 2 are actually real fish. Let's open every single one. Number 1, Starkist. Charlie the tuna has been trying to get caught since 1961. That is the joke. The mascot with taste. The fish who wanted to be good enough for Starkist. Generations of American families grew up with that cartoon playing on their television sets. Charlie became one of the most recognized brand mascots in food history. Parents bought Starkist. Their children bought Starkist. Their grandchildren are buying Starkist right now without a second thought. Charlie never mentioned the federal criminal conviction. Here is what happened. Starkist, Bumblebee, and Chicken of the Sea coordinated pricing across the American canned tuna market for years. They conspired to fix prices so that regardless of which can a consumer picked up, they were paying whatever the cartel had agreed on. The Department of Justice investigated. Starkist pleaded guilty to federal price fixing charges in 2019. The company was fined $100 million, $100 million in fines. Charlie kept smiling on the phone. That conviction alone could give every family pause before the next visit. But the sourcing problems run deeper than the price. Independent DNA testing conducted by researchers at ocean conservation institutions has flagged species substitution in Starkist product lines. Cans labeled as albacore, containing skipjack. Cans labeled as light tuna, containing species that were not identified as tuna at all. The testing method.
You catching that, business? Damn.
That's crazy.
That's, hey, look.
Yeah, when I try to, detox or whatever, and I try to eat lighter, one of the things I will try to do is incorporate some tuna. So that's nuts.
Me too. I mean, me too. Like, I used to be like, if I go to Subway, I'm gonna have a tuna sandwich. Man, hey, I look at it like this, right? This is what I told this because my mom liked tuna. I called her. I was like, "Hey, you eating that?" She was like, "Oh, I don't." She said, I find the wild caught and I do the water." She said, "It's got to be in water. It's got to be wild caught." So, but I was just like, "There's got to be something where." It seems like they have all this stuff going on and, it don't affect us like that. We still function. We still here. All this stuff they doing. But this thing is showing that it's like a slow death.
Poison. Yep. It's a slow poisoning of people. And you know what? I had like a craving. I don't know if y'all ate it when y'all was little. Remember salmon croquette? Do you remember your mom's making that? Well, I had a craving, right? And so I was like, I'm gonna make some. I could not find no salmon. Like, you know how I used to go buy the little can and stuff like that. I guess I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it from fresh fish, but so you can't even buy that. So something's going on with that canned fish. I mean, you ain't supposed to eat nothing out of can anyway. So
yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I get chili out the can sometime. I do that. They have the ones with the so on and so forth, but even those cans are no good. I mean, we really gonna have to go back to actually doing it at how it used to be done. We're gonna have to chop up our own celery, our own bell peppers, and all that stuff. We're gonna have to go back the way it used to be done. Can't trust none of this stuff. Now, business. I know you've heard that most of these other countries don't even allow it on their shores.
Right.
This is
Like
crazy.
we eat pasta, and the pasta that they try to sell us, there's something in it that's toxic, and so other countries won't even allow it. So you gotta find the pasta that comes from other countries like Italy or something like that, because there's certain chemicals or there's something in it that we're putting in that other countries won't even allow. It's too toxic.
They don't even allow cereal on their country.
Right.
Man, we consume so much shit that other countries don't fucking allow. It's shit's fucking ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I'm like, and then the other thing that I did yesterday about the remember Imperial, the parquet and all that. Remember the block butters?
The
My
black
mom said she
butter.
remember that.
Okay.
All right, did I mess you up on that one too?
I don't remember it. He remembers it. His mom remembers it, but I don't.
You don't remember
Oh,
My mom
Imperial.
said
Imperial?
You talking about that margarine stuff?
Yeah, Imperial. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Salted.
Right.
Yeah, that stuff has plastic in it.
That's
Now,
crazy.
isn't this, you know damn well you had some of that in your fridge. Everybody had
Listen.
that in their fridge.
Well, I did until I found out, like when I became an adult, I found out that if you're going to use anything, you use butter. Don't buy that stuff. But I thought it was just oil. I didn't know it was plastic.
They said it got plat holes. Let me find this. Yeah. Let me bring this
That's
one up.
crazy.
All right, let's
Remember what they used to have before they had butter, they had lard.
yeah, Lord. And that's what they was talking about. That whole thing. Hold on. Let me
Wait a minute.
close
Hold
that
on.
out.
Lard is actually, they're going back to that's a healthy fat, right?
Yeah, that's healthy fat.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, let me go back here. Yeah, that's I mean, what can you say? Okay, so I'm like I said, I agree. This is where I agree 100% with Alabama. You know, the get the nigga type shit. You know, it's like, yeah, this is what they do. You know, and this is what the whole thing was. And then after people, like I said just previously, after the immigrants that was brought over here to do a job, form militias, and do all the different things that they did in order to suppress, that assist in the suppressing and going to war with us without declaring war, they was actually putting that bag too. You know, and then they said, job well done. Now go over there with them. And then once everybody started getting a clear idea, even in the 60s during the Civil War, the civil rights, you know, there was all these different groups that was coming over here that was actually siding with so-called black people in these movements. You know what I'm saying? They had to bring some more immigrants in here, and some more, and some more, and some more, and they got to keep it going. Because eventually, people, once they get into politics and they get into these professions, they learn what the system is. And they're like, oh hell no. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Let me find this real quick, man. Where's the butter?
Okay, what are you saying? Are you saying that when people come over here and they find out they get down, they go back home?
No,
Is that
they
what
don't
you're
go back
saying?
home. They can't go back home. They can't go back home.
That's crazy.
If they go back home, they dying. This is what a lot of people don't know about these West Africans. I know a lot of West Africans. They can't go back home. They're considered traitors.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And most of them was ran out because most of their parents were these people from way back during the colonization time. And they know they're Americans in their genealogy. And why don't you go back? Because my argument with them, I used to go hard with them. Take your ass back. Why don't you go back? Can't. Go back, whole family die. If I stay here, everybody live. You know what I mean? They get to keep their wealth. But hey, what do I know?
Wow.
Where is the butter? The butter. Damn, I just played it. Yeah. I don't know shit is. I don't know nothing.
But it's okay. I got the point. That's crazy. It has plastic in it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
And you know that butter is, and so people I think are learning that. And so I don't know if you looked at the butter prices, they're getting higher and higher and higher. So everything that is actually your body can ingest you can't find it, like I was telling you about the salmon, you know what I mean? Or it's really, really, really expensive.
Dang, where was that? Was that Layla Africa that said that? March. But hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Let me see. Y'all go ahead and talk for a minute. I gotta mute up. Gotta make sure it's the right one. Hold on, let me mute up for a second. Why are y'all quiet, man? I don't like quietness. All right, let's get this one up. This is Layla Africa. It's Layla Africa.
So you eat the bleach white flour, pulls the moisture out of the nerves get damaged, can't transmit the signals properly, so you get early warmings. Like back here, this is a problem with your liver, but it's also a potassium deficiency. So we're not reading these pains and aches related to the minerals, like he was talking about the right side of his head, and I was saying liver. Like if you have a pain here, it's low blood sugar, here is high blood sugar, pain on the side is migraine, headache, back here is potassium deficiency, each back here is magnesium deficiency. So each part of the body is related to a mineral and all that. But we're not reading that stuff because they took away your rites of passage. See, when you were 12 years old, before the slave thing, you were taught all of this stuff. All this stuff you call Dr. Africa is what you knew when you were 12 years old. A PhD is equivalent to a 12-year-old's education in Africa.
Did you hear what he said? The slavery stuff. See, Layla Africa. I told this story when I played this in the beginning yesterday. I knew Layla Africa. Layla Africa used to just hang out, but he was cool though. No, he was unassuming. Nobody knew anything, and outside of that, I never went to any of his classes. And this is what he used to be talking about. He used to walk around. He used to hand out flyers. He used to be talking and stuff like that. You know, I mean, I was half in. I had 1 foot in, 1 foot out the door. You know what I mean? But he used to be there all the time.
Where was this? Was this in California?
Right off Crenshaw and Vernon.
Oh wow.
And He used to hold classes. I think he used to charge like maybe $5 to get in.
Yeah.
Every time
Yeah,
he
that's
charged
Laverne Park about
$5.
1992, 93.
93, yeah. But he was in Lamert up until the 2000s. He was up there during remember on Thursdays they had the little freestyle thing. They had people up there rapping and stuff like that. And he used to be in that with Ben Caldwell. He used to be over there. He used to hold classes over there. And
Yeah,
you
but
know, he take
that was when we was all thought we was from Africa.
yeah, we all did, but he used to slide certain things in there. You know, that's when, they started actually revealing through Layla and a lot of them people, they was like, all this Pan-African stuff was just the ideology to get people's attention about the excellency of so-called Black people. And they had to start there. And they still, just think about it though, nobody at no time did not want to associate themselves with indigenous Americans, with any of the Indians and none of that shit. If they did it, they did it through passing. They would talk about Africa, they would talk about Kemet, they would talk about the Moors, they would talk about all different type of things. They would talk about the Olmecs and the Mayans, but they would never mention North America. Nobody would touch North America in regards to so-called Black people being here from the beginning.
No, but that was the educational system.
Yeah, y'all quiet as shit. But look,
And it's about his third generation. You got to think about it. We're only the third generation. Well, really the second. X generation kids are only the second generation kids that was actually publicly, indoctrinated.
You can't hear me, nonetheless.
I hear y'all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I was saying that.
So
Oh, go ahead, bro. Sorry.
no, I was just saying, like in LA in the 90s, like 92, 93, Hotep, Africa, all that shit was, running rapid. Because it's like you said, they wasn't saying anything about that. Okay, well, like with me specifically, right? It was different because I'm from New Orleans. I know about Mardi Gras here. I was raised on that shit. So even though I knew about that and I was being taught this African shit, something about Africa didn't sound like home. As far as like, nigga, I equate home to New Orleans. I don't give a fuck where I'm at, nigga. I want to go home. I'm going to New Orleans. And I know that the Indians in New Orleans is niggas. And the whole city come out to see these motherfuckers.
That's right. That's right.
So if the whole city come out to see niggas dressed up in some kind of costume, that I can tell you right now that nobody else in this country can make these costumes, something ain't right.
Mm-hmm. None.
Think about it. I don't give a fuck. Call any Native American. Hey man, who makes these? Which one of your people make these? The same way they make it, by hand, through tradition, passed down from father to son.
Nonetheless, you there?
Something else sounds static.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw those down New Orleans. They got them in the museum and everything right down there on Bourbon. What's that, Bourbon Street? Right there by what's that, the little monument they got of Thomas Jefferson? You know, that little square? They got, I went in that museum and seen those costumes. They got a little shit of Napoleon in there and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that dude Layla Africa, I remember A1 had did a build on, cause he went in on the natural remedies. And I think he took the class, like you were saying. He had took the class and everything, where he learned about the oregano oil, um, what's it called, activated charcoal. He was talking about, what's that, the benzenine? I think it's called benzenite clay or something.
Yeah, the bentonite clay. Yep.
Yeah, he went in on all that stuff. He said he got a actual. You can ask him. He got a certificate from Layla Africa. He went to the classes or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Layla was giving them out. Yeah, he is certified. He's certified. You know, he just passed not too long ago.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was saying. I remember he said it like a couple years ago or something.
Yeah, not too long ago. Yep.
So he was before what's the name then? What's the name? The other
Yeah,
dude that
he was. I think he was in his 80s. Yeah, he was in his 80s when he passed.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because this is early 19. I think this is like 90, 91, 92. And at this point in time, he was already in his I think he was in his 40s or something like that at the time. Yeah. So yeah,
okay.
he was already there. But you know.
But most of
Yeah,
those herbs and stuff come from America though. Most of the food, I think it's like 600 something crops that are native to America that's in Africa right now.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they got it in the encyclopedia they went over some years ago. We had got the encyclopedia, and they were saying that a lot of the plants and stuff was planted over there. So I don't know where they get that from. They brought shit here. Like it's hardly nothing that they brought here. We had everything.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys, Layla Africa, Dr. Sabi. I knew these people. I knew these people personally. I actually sat down and talked to them before I even knew that they was just something. You know what I mean? Because they never presented themselves as if they were something. You know what I mean? They just sit down. But I was amongst elders, so they be comfortable. You watch them, you know, you sitting back listening, they having conversations and stuff like that. They talking about juicing and fruits and vegetables and healing and all different types of shit. They just be sitting there talking about that. Like for real. Like Dr. Sabi and Layla Africa have you laughing all day long. Like they're not talking about none of that. It's interesting. I'm talking about Luke Gossett Jr. I mean Queen Latifah, Marla Gibbs. The people that I met, you know what I'm saying? You know, I took advantage of it. I really did. Took advantage of that shit. I really didn't take it I really didn't take it as if anything else, because I'm never starstruck. I mean, but it was something that you really don't. But now they gone. You know what I'm saying? You never got to pick their brain like you wanted to, but most of the people that you deal with, I mean, there's elders that ain't on TV that I know. That's major players in Los Angeles. And I don't know, Derek, you ever been on 78th Place in Western? There's a place called KRST Unity Center, right on 78th Place in Western. I'm talking about Black Dot. I'm talking about Black Dot been there. I'm talking about Professor Griff. I'm talking about Chuck D, Brother J. I mean, everybody came through them places, man. When I say everybody, I mean everybody. But you know who hasn't been through there? Take one guess. Tariq Nasheed ain't been through there. But I tell you, Hiawatha with a brother Coleman, Sabir Bey, Ashraf Kwesi, John Henry Clark, Runoko Rashidi, Ivan Van Sertima. I can keep naming them. But you know who hasn't been there?
You know what's crazy?
Let me tell you who hasn't been there.
But all them names you name, right? Today, none of that shit holds validity.
Even Umar Johnson been through that bad boy and popped up.
But none of them names hold validity today.
Yes, they do.
Ivan Van Sertima does.
How?
Yes, they do. All of them do. Okay, let me
How?
tell you how, Derek. Derek, let me tell you how. In order for us to get here where we're at right now in our adult times, those people were what you would call catapults to where we're at right now. Because nobody, you wouldn't even have the mindset. Now I'm just saying you, but I'm saying for me, I wouldn't even have the mindset to be able to receive that and make it history or even educational. You know what I'm saying? For what I know now. Because it made me critically think, gave me reading comprehension, not trust nan thing that a white boy would tell me. Any history book, anything I know, I threw that shit in the garbage. I thought outside the box, and I thought one thing: don't trust shit these people tell me. That's the main thing. Now, once you get to a next level, we knew we wasn't no Africans. We knew that goddamn. We back in those days, we knew that goddamn roots was bullshit. We just saw that there was white people. We took advantage of the fact that we wanted to whoop white people ass because they was already fucking with us in the hood anyway. So we took that as an advantage. We knew. He said, "Oh, y'all taking the credit of being these white people that did this, and this." Okay, well, how about this? Take that ass whooping, and they got it for a week
So you
straight.
saying today in 2026, right? You saying if we get 100 niggas in one room and we ask them to raise their hand, how many of y'all think y'all from Africa? How many people you think gonna raise their hand out of that 100?
Zero.
You think zero?
Zero.
You think all niggas today
Shit.
in the United States of America think and know that
You
they
said
from America?
you said 100 in a room. We only got 100.
I mean,
Right.
us in
You
this
know what I'm
space, yeah, zero gonna raise their hands. But if you ask the masses, a regular random nigga on the street, he gonna think he African, bruh.
Right. This is what I'm saying. The regular people, not motherfuckers that's specifically in this space. I'm saying regular people outside on the street. You go get 100 niggas together. The average motherfucker think he from Africa. Still,
Hey, look,
till this
I'm,
day.
I'm telling you from my own
But they
experience.
have to push this narrative.
I'm telling you from my own experience, Derek. Even the shit that I didn't know, I took the history, the Pan-African history of how they was delivering it from the sense that there was giants and there was empires that my people, black people, that created way before the white people existed. That's my thing.
Can I say?
Am I African? Hell no. I never ever thought that I was African. Ever. I just related to them.
Okay, listen, hold on. Aton, you gotta understand. You are one person.
No, there was a bunch of us like that.
Hold on. A bunch of you in your world, in your vicinity. There's a bunch of people outside of your vicinity, outside of your realm. Public school was taught to 40 million niggas every generation. And them niggas taught their kids what they learned. And them niggas taught their kids what they learned. So you gotta factor in that part. You can't just say all niggas know they from here. Because if all niggas knew that they was from here, this shit would have stopped yesterday. Because niggas would understand that, okay, this is ours.
I get you, D. Hey, D, check this out. It's an ideology. It's not factual. These people are now then walking that shit back because they know the ideology is dead. It's gone. It's dead and stinking. This is my mama used to say. This shit is dead and stinking. That shit is out of here. So this is why they're going to Black Americans. This is why they want to change to African Americans. This is why they want to change to all these other different titles because they know the slave trade is done. That's over. So this is what I'm saying. It was just the ideology.
Can I say something?
Yes.
First of all, those people, and because I'm from Northern California, and so those people were useful because as a kid, I was always in Berkeley. And one of the things that they preached was like health, natural health, juicing, using natural, was it coconut oil and stuff like that. So those people, I'm going to say today, their ideology has still stuck with me because I know how to heal my body naturally from those people. But when they was talking to me from an African perspective, I didn't think I was African. I thought they were either hippie type natural people. I didn't even really believe they was African, and this is just as a naive child. I either thought they were a hippie type person or that they were African and they was putting me up on game. But I did not, when them people and Pan African people was, milling around, I never put it that I was an African. So they were useful. It's just I don't think that their ideology actually stuck.
Okay. So, would you agree that it was an ideology, right?
Yeah, it was an ideology, but I didn't put it that I was an African. I thought they
Right.
was African
I,
or something like that or
I just,
whatever.
I just need the confirmation that it was an ideology. It was nothing.
Right.
It was nothing the facts. But if we would have known way back then, and even then, you know what I'm saying? What's Alex Haley was already sued way back then. But you know what? It never hit the mainstream media that he was actually sued on a level. Maybe they said it and then they removed it. Because if everybody that was considered to be black at that time knew that Alex Haley was a forgery and a plagiarizer and the whole movie was fake, guess who ass would have been whooped next? I mean, look, I don't know what happened in y'all states. Let me tell you something. The next day, every white boy got their ass whooped down the street. Every white person could not go to school. They had to shut the whole shit down. All white people could not, that shit was like an emergency. They had to stay home. They could not come outside. Not in Sacramento. Niggas went to school whooping ass. I'm talking about from elementary, middle school, high school to college. They could not come out because obviously somebody just been told that we was enslaved by these white people. Oh, is that what y'all did? Okay. Ass whooping time. Shit. Shit me. But these motherfuckers, these stupid ass niggas are still keeping that bullshit going, that 400-year shit going. That's shit that killed me. I mean, I'm all right being 50 something.
No, but listen, it's in the school. Like my son, literally, they played that video like it was a history documentary. And I'm like, first of all, it's a movie, it's fiction, it comes from a book. The book was stolen from somebody else. It's a complete fiction. And these people are acting like it's been indoctrinated, it's pushed in the schools and everything. Like Roots was like a documentary or something. Like it was real. And we were just watching, some reality TV.
And this was now on my end, because I just want to move it along. We don't want to really harp on that part. But
they jumping on. They always trying to get ahead of the history. They change it right before our eyes.
Right.
It's a movie now. Cause I was talking to my big cousin a couple weeks ago, and I was telling him about Sir Rector, right? He like, oh yeah, there's a movie on that. I didn't even know it was a movie on Netflix. Bro, they got that movie all fucked up. Bro, they got her as like a grown woman that inherited some land from a slave master, bro. They ain't even put the real story out there.
Yeah, that's the same thing. J-Dub, you up there? Because we were just talking about that. None. I'm glad you brought that up, man. Go ahead. We was talking about that whole damn movie is backwards. That's backwards as hell.
Man, I said, yo, I ain't even watched that shit. I don't even want to watch it. I already know the whole, man, we went in on that years ago. But I'm like, her people is still alive. And how they going to just let this movie? I guess you ain't really got no choice. But see, that's what they put on the record. You feel me? That's what they going to put on the record. They know people are visual. They not going to do no research. They just going to look at what they put out, you know what I'm saying, and not even go in on it. That's why I'm like, you got, like, as out in the community, we really can't have no leaders. We got to, this is like the era where we got to do the shit for ourselves and start looking at stuff and getting the records in these books in our homes, because these people ain't doing their job, bro. It's like, there's no way you're going to go out here and not mention the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who comes from, I remember we did a bill, I think it was Ab TV, 10 Car and them, right? They was going in on the Maxwell house. You know, that's a bloodline. Maxwell, you know, the coffee, Maxwell House
Yeah.
coffee and all that.
Yep.
Well, that's the family that Ghislaine Maxwell comes from, right? But her father was deep into those societies, and he actually was the he owned the production company that, and you know, McGraw-Hill was like, that was the only book that we went on in history in school. That's he's the CEO of publisher of McGraw-Hill, and they associated with Epstein. And you
Yeah.
mean tell me
McGraw-Hill. That's McGraw-Hill. That's a publishing company, right?
Yeah, that's Ghislaine Maxwell's father's company.
Okay.
And that's where we got all our history from growing up. Remember? It was your
Yeah.
books, McGraw-Hill, over there?
Yep.
See?
Absolutely.
Over here, too, on the East Coast, McGraw-Hill.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's Ghislaine Maxwell's father. And that's all associated with Epstein. And nobody saying nothing, bro. They still talking about bullshit.
Yeah.
Feel me?
We was actually, man, that's crazy you brought that up, because we were just talking about that, how they made her, but made that girl like somebody that got something from something, and they want to keep that shit going. And you know, at that point in time, they made it seem like she was the only one. This was the main thing that really took it over the top. It made it seem like she was the only one that had it like that. And there was a bunch of people that had it like that. You know? And they always want to do the white sympathizer thing, where when I had showed one of these streams where what's the brother's name that did Lethal Weapon 4? Lethal Weapon 1, 2, 3, and 4. What was the brother in there? What's his name?
Is it Danny Glover?
Yeah, Danny Glover. Well, he was trying to do a movie about Haiti, and he wanted all black people up in there. It was like, not happening. You gotta have a white boy up in there. Hollywood, you gotta have a white boy up in there. He's like, I don't want that. It was like, well, we're not funding it. It ain't getting no play over here. And that was the main thing why they switched that, why they had to have that white boy in Black Panther. Had the white people up in there. Because they didn't want no white people up in that movie at all.
That's why I think, you see Drewski just make this little skit on how a lot of our, especially like historical films, the actors are British or African or something like that. I think the funding companies is telling them they have to have somebody, a black immigrant type person in those roles, or they won't be funded. I really, it's not about that they're more accomplished or they get paid less. I don't think it has nothing to do with that. I think what you just said, the publishing companies are saying, no, this is what we want.
Absolutely. Dang, where is that? I had that Drewski thing up here. Yeah, the dude with the that was clowning.
Yeah, Freeway Rick is still around. They could have used him.
Yeah, where's that Drewski thing that you sent me? You sent me
It's in there.
some.
It probably disappeared off Signal.
Nah, it's still on Signal, but I forwarded to my email though.
Oh,
yeah. Man,
let me see. You can't find it. Let me find it real quick. Did you talking about the one with the guy that had his PhD or his graduate work? He explained the whole thing. Huh?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, he explained the whole thing.
That's a trip. And like
Are you looking for that clip?
Yeah,
Yo, I was thinking about something, right? It was funny. I was about to go. I feel bad, going in on my man yesterday, on the live stream talking about cornbread, nigga. I fucks with cornbread, yo. And look, the thing about it is this, yo. You know what I mean, nigga? I'm saying, yo, I fuck with it, but the motherfucking movie, remember who shot cornbread, yo? It had me thinking. I was like, damn, I remember that movie, yo. But I was like, damn, that's why I remember it, but I couldn't remember. We still don't know who shot cornbread, bro, in the movie. So I had to look it up, and I was getting it mixed up with Cooley High. With goddamn nigga got shot, but that was Mo Cheeks, right? It's so hard to say goodbye.
Yeah.
That's Mo Cheeks. I was like, damn, that's not. I was like thinking, like, no, that's not cornbread. But he got shot in that movie. So I had to go look it up, right?
No, that was Jamal Wilkes.
Who got
that
shot?
played cornbread.
Huh?
Yeah, cornbread was Jamal Wilkes.
Yeah, yo, but look, I looked it up. I ain't even know that it was Cornbread, Earl, and Me, right? That's the movie, right?
Yeah, the young dude was
Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah,
Lawrence
because I was like,
Fishburne.
damn, Lawrence Fishburne was in that shit in 75. I didn't know he been acting that long.
Yeah, he been acting for a minute. He been acting since he was a teen.
Yeah.
Young teen. And the basketball player was Jamal Wilkes, played for the Lakers and UCLA. Yeah, Jamal Wilkes.
Yeah, bro. I was like, dang.
I
remember
found
Lawrence Fishburne was like 16, 17 when he did Apocalypse Now with Snyder.
Right.
I don't know if y'all remember Apocalypse Now. That's an old movie.
I remember the name. Yeah, I remember the name. Man, you
Like
going
the
way
70s.
back.
Yeah,
We was like little
79,
babies.
78. Okay, I found the link. Do I just hit present or something? What do I do? Or should I shoot you the link? I got to figure out how to do that real quick.
Nah, I found it. I got you.
Okay, great.
I found it.
Yeah, Lawrence been around a long time acting.
Yeah, bro. They gonna mess around and take cornbread out like that, yo.
Yeah, that was cold. Cornbread was a sad show, man. That's like when.
Yeah, I think that made everybody like.
Yeah.
I think everybody had a little teary on it.
Bro, that was like Jim Kelly when he got killed in that nobody watched that shit no more.
Remember he used to have that orange soda, he used to have to drink, he had to go get that orange soda.
No, yo, that was the joke. That made a joke. Remember every movie the black man got killed, bro?
Yeah, exactly.
Every movie, yo, back in the day, yo. Nigga always
back in the day you got ended.
Yeah, every movie, niggas got killed.
We didn't want to watch no movies because we knew they was gonna kill the brother, and we knew the script.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Every movie, nigga. Niggas getting killed and shit. It only be a few of them in the movie to start off with.
Yeah, this Brewski shit, he was on point with this.
All right, let me play this quick short, and then I'm gonna play the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no big city. Mass ain't gonna let you.
Yeah, I'm going with or without you.
Rudy, stop talking like that. Stop. Hey, what are you niggers doing over there? Hey, what are you doing? Run!
And cuts. Fantastic. I need more American slave. Okay.
Like struggle.
Yeah, the struggle.
Like sort of like the dialogue, like the back and forth banner.
Absolutely. Yes.
See, this role was sort of a bit cheeky. I got a little bit out of my comfort zone, During the filming of this role in this character, I felt oppressed, like an American slave.
His last name is Dubois? I'll be damned.
Like a lot of struggle. I studied the art.
A fantastic turnout on the red carpet tonight. And just arriving, we have Samson Dubois at the American Guild Awards.
Samson, you look great tonight. How hard was it for you to change your accent?
As a little boy from Manchester, I think, I struggle a bit with the dialect, right? But to really get into character for this quite astonishing role that I took on, to say the least, I put it all on the line.
All right, 3, 2, 1, action.
I'm telling you, nigga, if you fuck with my shit, I'll kill you, nigga. You'll be fucked up. Fuck.
Nigga, family.
Nigga, ain't no fucking family in this shit. We're not family, nigga. Fuck family.
Hey, cut, that's the one.
Stunning. That was stunning. Great performance. Working with a good London boy, and I bother him all the time. I had a call with the director. It was quite quintessential to the role and great character development behind it. I put this fucking bullet in your head, nigga. I laugh because I'm penniless and a bit quite surreal.
Samson Dubois. Samson, yo, who's the girl?
What's your next movie? What's your next movie?
Yo, do you think your British accent gets you all the black roles in America?
Come on, bro. Are you serious, bro?
Do you think you're better than them?
Better than who, bro? Black people.
Yeah.
Stop.
You promise you go with me now?
Bro, stop talking like that. You ain't going to no big city.
That right there.
Lecture.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. What? Hold on. Let's get to the next one. Hold on. Let's get to... Wow. This is the same guy that do these commercials. Man, isn't that the guy that be on them commercials? That's crazy.
Who, Drewski?
Yeah.
I just saw him doing skits. I haven't seen him before these skits. I just know him as a YouTuber.
Oh, okay. Great.
Could be though. But what movie was he portraying in the field?
Actually, I think he was a YouTuber who ended up getting really popular and got himself on a commercial.
Oh, okay.
That's all those, yeah.
Our boy Drewski has done it again. Drewski is transforming from a guy who creates skits on Instagram and YouTube. He's transforming right in front of our eyes into one of the most important satirists that we've seen in our generation. This is a preview for Drewski's new movie, Release the Shackles. And you all came to the right place because let me tell you, this one hits close to home. Some of y'all might not know out here that I am a trained actor. I am a classically trained actor. I've done the whole process. A lot of y'all might not know that. A lot of y'all might just think I'm some guy on YouTube, but I've actually had experience and worked in the theater. Very serious about my craft. Don't often get to use it as much these days, but Drewski might be actually getting close to one of the reasons a guy like me is here on YouTube.
What's the number one cause of heart attacks? Is it high cholesterol? Nope. High blood pressure?
Bro, stop talking like that. You ain't going to no big city. Mass ain't gonna let you.
Yeah, I'm going with or without you.
Rudy, stop talking like that. Stop. Hey, what are you niggers doing over there?
We gotta get out of here.
Hey, what are you doing?
And cuts. Fantastic. I need
kiss
more
on the forehead.
American slave. Okay.
Like struggle.
Yeah, the struggle.
Like sort of like the dialogue, like the back and forth battle.
Absolutely. Yes.
See, this role was sort of a bit cheeky. I got a little bit out of my comfort zone, you know. During the filming of this role in this character, I felt oppressed, like an American slave, like a lot of struggle. I studied the art.
A fantastic turnout on the red carpet tonight.
That's crazy. Oh man, they be clowning. Now let's talk about The Wire. What's his name? Idrissa?
Yeah, Idris Elba.
Idris Elba. Now at that time when we was
Stringer.
Stringer. Yeah, Stringer. The Wire. Okay. Now you from DC. You from DC or Baltimore?
No, I'm from Baltimore. I remember when they was filming it down. Nigga, hold up. I'm gonna put
Come
y'all down
on,
with
man.
something. Hold up, bro. The
Talk about it.
street, I'm gonna tell y'all right. If you watch The Wire, the street that I live on right now is in The Wire. There's a street in there. I remember watching, because I remember when I grew up over there, so I got a house over there where our family at. And I remember when they was filming, I remember my cousin like, oh, I'm about to be the Wire down the street. But it wasn't on the street where my aunt lived at and my uncle. But right now, my street is on there. Yep, or The Wire and shit.
That's what I'm saying. But nobody thought that Idrissa Alba was a foreigner. At least I did. He had the right tone, right pitch, looked the part. Everybody thinking that's a brother. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what that guy said that you just cut the little show from Drewski, the brother that put up that next clip you put up? He described the whole shit in detail. He said that shit took so long. They had to do so many takes because they didn't want you to hear him fuck up with his accent.
Right.
So that was all so you would never know. But they said the brother said that he was imitating a New York accent. That's how he was doing it. So I don't know if the Baltimore man in the house can tell the difference, but I bet you can.
Nah.
You couldn't
really
tell?
can't.
No?
No, I'm
You
You know it wasn't no Baltimore act, but
yeah, because I could tell a Baltimore.
Nobody really cared about that. I mean, I look at it like this. A lot of these act, yeah, they act. I think that you gotta give them their props if they're good. You know what I mean? If they're good actors. Some of them roles though are not good. You know what I mean? And they should get an actual person that's from here to play them. I'm not saying that all of them, you know what I mean, are bad actors. They good actors. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's getting out of hand because you got that one girl playing Harriet Tubman. She's from London. You know what I mean? I think it's becoming a problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem because they're trying to knock down and make sure it doesn't excite the local Aboriginal to bond with it, because they've had movies where, like Malcolm X, that's what that other clip was explaining, was like when Malcolm X was out, all of a sudden all these
Denzel Washington played. Yeah, Denzel Washington played that. Yeah, that was good.
Everybody had X hats. Even old folks had X hats. Everybody was wearing them on the street. People didn't know why. Like Malcolm been shot how long? And all of a sudden the movie come out, everybody got a X hat on. So they wanted to, so because we were bonding with Denzel. Denzel's from Watts. So, you know, we do patron our own. Like we supported OJ until, the second time. So they're aware of these kinds of intricacies, and so that's why Drewski's shit was brilliant, because he just put it out there like what it is. That's what it is. They're doing it deliberately to obscure who we are, and that's why in that last piece where he says, "What, you think I'm better than black people?"
Right. Yeah.
That part. Because you ain't black. The British people weren't black, bro. That's what that's saying. They weren't black till they came to America. They were, what did they call them over there? Kafirs and shit.
Yeah. A lot of them though are brilliant though. Like I watched this one lady. She was talking. She's a part of Parliament, but she's more conservative. And I was watching her speech. Man, this woman blew me away because I was like, wow. She was going. It was a black woman, bro. I mean, she ain't one of us, but she over there. Man, she looked like she should be the leader of Britain, bro. She wasn't that old either. She probably maybe in her late 30s, maybe. But the way she articulated, man, I was like, wow.
I mean, they give props on their acting skills, but look, You want to sell a product, and the product, it's cheaper to get a local person that you don't have to go do 1,000 takes. Like, you know, that homeboy, the British dude that did Snowfall. They said they have Freeway Rick consulting on it, but why didn't they just let him play it or somebody like him play it? He could have picked out somebody for him that could have. Those takes would have been done in the first couple takes, and then they would have brought their own experience that you may not even know about, that they're gonna bring that energy to the film that we're gonna feel that, and then we who do know a little bit about that are gonna receive that, and that's the difference.
But look, I'm gonna tell you for real, this been going on for decades though, but we didn't realize it because the same spinoff, they'll have it on British television and they'll sell it and spin it and put it on American television. You don't even know. Like Sanford and Son. Sanford and Son is originally a British show that was about a white man and his son with a junkyard. They brought that same thing over here and made it into with Red Fox and and what's his name, Lamont, who just passed not too long ago.
Yeah,
It's the same. There's the same writers. They just brought it to America and sold it to a different audience.
But it blew up in America.
Exactly. Yeah, it blew up here.
Yeah.
Right, but those are white producers, just like Good Times. Those are all white. Those not really our people that's writing this stuff. The same they did. Yeah. Oh, another movie that was originally Britain, Trading Places.
Oh, really?
Yes, Trading Places came from this older movie with this white man who it's called $1 Million Note. You can find it on YouTube. I sent it to Naughty one time. Now it was the same old white man got this white man rich, but what they was doing was they gave him a piece of paper that's a note, and he came over to Britain. He left America, went back over to Britain to find work, and then they was about to do an experiment with him. They called him into the mansion and whatnot, gave him the note. Next thing you know, he eating good. Yup. He went from rags to riches. Yup, it's this, bro. They got that from that movie. So they've been doing this for a while. I think that we kind of don't really pay attention to it because these
you got Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte. Those were during the boycott. We was boycotting Hollywood. That's what the black exploitations was like, amazing, because we did that with our own budget, with our own funds, without them.
Yeah, we was. That's when. But you know what really blew us up, that came out of nowhere when we really was doing our own thing, was when we came up with hip hop.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Because hip hop was
really trying to steal that now. Busta Rhymes and all them, Boosie Rhymes they call them.
Well, the problem is that these people who are not these people are not from our culture is not using it the way we learn how to use. We was using it as rebellious. We was hip hop was, when it at its peak, was rebelling. We was rebelling against the whole system. Like we the original ones that came up with fake news, which is don't believe the hype about the media.
Yep, there you go. That's right.
Fucking all the shit that they doing. Matter of fact, I know this. I'm reading this guy. Trump is actually doing everything that we was doing in the late 80s, in the 90s. He's actually, because
that nigga he was kind of there.
He was around us, bro. He's taking everything that we were talking about and putting it into what he's doing right now, bro.
Yeah.
He stole all our shit.
Yeah, he did. That's what they do.
Yes. He's bucking the system.
You know how they put it on the Japanese, that the Japanese are the copycatters. Nah, they're the first.
Nah, bro, he's doing everything. He's doing what the conscious community been talking about, and we was doing in hip hop, and he's doing that shit, bro. He's using that energy, and that's why he's fucking the way he's in that position he's in right now. I'm telling you, bro. But
You
people
know a
be like,
sister
oh,
from that period. You know a sister from that period that you don't hear about anymore. That I didn't realize. If you listen to her old stuff now, she's on point right now. Sister Soldier.
oh yeah, Sister Soldier, Sister Soldier, yeah.
She was on point. That
Yeah,
shit is
yeah.
relevant today. She was talking about everything these politicians trying to talk about. She was on that back then with facts.
Yeah, and not only that, she was on this shit about these the women, the women with the whole how they selling sex and all that. With these women rappers and shit. She was talking about that back in the fucking early 90s.
Yeah.
How these women was she was on them like heavy.
Yeah. Good stuff with her.
See, a lot of this hip hop, bro, nobody is really going in on what they need to go in. Like it was a balance. Man, that was our that was the way we was rebel. Like, okay, instead of like right now, you can have a YouTube channel, you can be on social media, you gotta watch what you say. You know what I'm saying? Or you'll get, canceled and whatnot. Or, blackballed or you know how they do the shadow banning and shit. In hip hop, you can make it, you can rhyme, you can rap about the stuff, you know what I'm saying, and put it in that form and get the message out there.
Because they didn't know what you was saying. It took them time, man. Remember what's his name was saying skeet, skeet, skeet on the radio for a year or so before they realized what skeet, skeet meant. So, but now they got Eminem telling them everything. They got Third Base. Third Base was the spy back in the day.
Right.
You know how they
Well,
did.
Eminem kind of was like just a regular white boy when he rhymed. He wasn't really trying to be black. See, a lot of the dudes, that's why I think people respect about him. He wasn't really trying to be black. He was just being a regular white boy talking about crazy shit.
Yeah, but he used who's coach style to put it out there. He didn't use the American Bandstand style. He went Soul Train.
All right. Look, okay. Yes, that's a fact. But I remember when hip hop first got pumped up, right? When it first was on the scene, let's say when it really started taking steam, like mainstream, in the 80s. I remember because my mom used to DJ, right? And I remember when she put on Curtis Blow. I remember she used to leave with a bag full of records. She used to DJ down this club downtown Baltimore called Wall Street, right? But even way before that, I remember my aunt was like, yeah, she put on Curtis Blow and everybody started booing. You know what I mean? I remember when the Fat Boys came out, it was, we wasn't really into it like that. But I remember an interview with Russell Simmons, and Russell Simmons was saying that they really couldn't get hip hop played in our communities yet. So they used to go to the white schools and they loved it. You know what I'm saying? They loved the hip hop before, because remember, we was more into the R&B. For real, hip hop never was king in our community. It was always rhythm. It was always R&B. R&B to this day is still like not to this day, because it's just hip hop now. It's just a bunch of trash. Really, the rappers now are singing. They ain't really rapping. They kind of singing with
singing and wearing dresses.
Yeah, they using the unnatural voice. They're using reverb. They're not really using that natural voices, which takes the frequency away from what you're really saying. They don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? Because the human voice, because when I took studio, when I was studying it, and I started producing, I started making music, and I in reading a lot of the vocal chains. The one thing you don't want to do to the human voice is the most natural thing on the planet. It's hard to reproduce the human voice. You see what I'm saying? So when you put digital, when you digitize a human voice, it takes the frequency away from, it takes the power away from the song. You know what I mean?
You know who you talk. You know who did a really beautiful piece about that was Bobby Hemmett. He was talking about how we were healing ourselves every weekend with the records. Just the fact that it was carbon, it's a carbon-based disc.
It's vinyl,
press, and that you know that recording. He's really big on listening to the classics because he says anybody dead. So basically, the old dead people are that stuff that was recorded on records is like bringing them back to life. They're like icons, and you can heal yourself. So they recognized we were healing ourselves with this music on the weekends. But all the shit they were throwing at us, they're like, why the niggas ain't dead yet? Why the niggas? This is what Bobby was saying, right? And we were healing ourselves every weekend, so that's why they went to the CD. Remember, they got rid of the record.
Bro, that's what's amazing though, that you can record sound through that vinyl record, and you didn't even need any electronics hooked onto. Remember the old record players? You know the RCA logo with the dog, and they got that stop microphone. Those didn't require any electricity, and you can spin it and get sound out of a vinyl disc.
Because it was carbon and the diamond needle.
Yes.
So you were using real elements.
Yes.
Not the laser disc.
Right. It was all natural sound coming from, and it was being recorded on a vinyl carbon disc, yo.
Yes. Melanin music is what he called it. We was healing ourselves with that. And I believe it because, they killed it. In LA, in California, we had these restaurant chains called the Red Onion. Man, the Red Onion turned into a party club every day. Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday through Sunday, shit. Every day. And then all across the freaking Southern California, they was doing this, right? But they were at the same time, they were controlling the music because we couldn't get away with doing that. But these restaurants was making so much money because we was buying the liquor and we was patroning these places. But the government got involved and shut all that shit down.
All right, let me bring the Danny Glover. I was looking for the Danny Glover.
Danny Glover.
Yep.
Desperately to get a movie about the Haitian Revolution made in Hollywood. He went to every major studio. He went to studios in Europe, and he was denied funding at every turn. And the reason they gave was that there were no white heroes in the story, so they weren't going to make it. This unspoken mandate that every big budget movie made for a general audience must have at least one sympathetic white character for white audiences to identify with has been around forever, since the beginning of Hollywood. When I think about movies like Green Book, you've got The Help, 12 Years a Slave, Amistad. I mean, the list goes on and on. Even Black Panther has this character who is a CIA agent, but is in favor of black liberation. Like, ridiculous. I really enjoyed Hidden Figures. I think it's a great movie, but this guy, played by Kevin Costner, he never existed. They made him up for the movie. Everybody else is based on a real person, but not him. So that whole scene where he goes and smashes the sign, the white only sign on the bathroom, never happened.
We made it up. It never happened. This one was invented by a writer.
It's all there to make white people like me feel slightly better about the history of racism in this country. We can sort of self-insert. We can go, oh, I would have done that too.
No more white restrooms.
There's a cardinal rule in any system that is white identified, and that is that you are never allowed to make white people feel uncomfortable in relation to their own whiteness. That is not allowed. I think it was James Baldwin who once said that being white means never having to think about it. And in Hollywood, if you make a movie about black liberation that doesn't include a sympathetic white character, it might make white audiences feel a little bit uncomfortable about their whiteness. They might leave the theater having to self-reflect on our own history in this country.
Can't we just, for one night, just all be family?
It's incredibly, shockingly rare to have a movie that is made for a general audience that's about race or racism, but doesn't include a sympathetic white character. And that's one of the reasons why Sinners was such a big deal. There's no sympathetic white hero in this movie at all. And yet it did really well. But you can count on your hands, like the number of movies that do that. You've got Get Out, Moonlight, Sorry to Bother You. I mean, there are very, very few. And the truth is that being made to feel uncomfortable in relation to white supremacy is a really important thing for white folks like me. Like, being made to feel uncomfortable is a critical step in learning how to challenge those systems, how to become anti-racist. It's a story for another day, but I will personally be eternally grateful for all the folks in my life who dared to make me feel uncomfortable. It wasn't their job, but they showed incredible grace and patience, and I'm a better person today because I was made to feel uncomfortable back then. So we need more movies that make white people
Right. You see how bland that shit is? It's like make white people uncomfortable on their whiteness. Now, this.
I think I dozed off. Shit, it was so bland.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes along with the Drew.
Because we know what he's saying. Like,
yeah,
so
but he did give the information on that, which was cool. You know, but all the things that was going on during that time. I mean, even I seen somewhere musicians getting their masters. You know what I'm saying? Ask for your masters if you want to. You might come up missing. You might come up missing.
They're gangsters, man. Gangsters.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me, if you don't mind, School Days. You remember School Days, the movie?
Oh.
So I had never seen anything like that. School Days single-handedly got me to go to Morehouse College. I saw that at 17 years old. I'm like, yeah, I need to go be where I need some of that because I'm coming from LA. We don't have none of that in LA. So that's why they want to make sure.
I did the same thing in '87 when it was out.
Yeah, I saw that movie. I'm like, oh, and it was everybody. I went to Atlanta. It was the movie was every much that. I remember I met Spike Lee in the bookstore my freshman year. So it was amazing that's what they was trying to, keep under wraps because it's that powerful when you get on that movie screen and put them images out there, it moves us. So I just wanted to add that. That's all. Where's everybody else at? Nobody got nothing.
Yeah,
else to
bro.
say?
I'll be walking away from my phone and just listening. Then I gotta unmute it. Come back to my phone to unmute. Yeah, I got the Bluetooth on. Yeah, bro. But when I watched Boomerang, right? I wanted to be a marketing.
Yeah.
I took marketing in school, bro. I wanted to be a marketer. I wanted to learn marketing, bro. Just from watching Boomerang. Boomerang.
You had all the bad babes in there.
Yeah, bro. I swear, that was my first major in school, bro. Marketing and shit. I took all
School
that
Days
shit.
got me. And he didn't have what that gentleman just said. He didn't have any, there was no major pale skin character that needed to be. So I guess it wasn't a Hollywood production, but it sure did make Spike Lee wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
Or popular. I don't know if it made him wealthy, but it sure did make him popular because that movie was it's pretty powerful. Atlanta was a different place back in '89.
Way different. Way.
Shit.
Man, they destroyed it. They destroyed they turned that whole industry inside and out.
Way different. Man.
If I remember calling my mom saying, Mom, the streets are clean, blah, blah, blah. It was just the people talk to you. I wasn't used to the South, so it was just a whole refreshing experience.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, man. Things changed. How things change.
And they attacked that city with vengeance because of that. Because I remember my first Freaknik was in 89, 90. You know the strength of Stone Mountain. Come on now, Stone Mountain is where they say that's the only place in the world where you can source the capstones for the pyramid. That's where that so-called capstone mound or whatever that rock is. The only place in the world that comes from was Georgia.
Right.
Stone Mountain. So there's so much that was going on in that period in the early 90s that was metaphysical, and it was amazing, but we just didn't know. But we knew like spiritually, but we didn't really know what they was doing on the occult level, because these people was playing fiddle with us, and I just didn't recognize it until later.
Check this out.
Of all the motels in the US are under Patel ownership.
Use this example of the Patels. What is that story?
Idi Amin came to power in Uganda in the 1970s, and he said Africa is for Africans. So what
you guys remember the last King of Scotland movie, right? So yeah.
What he did is he threw all the Patels out.
It was a family?
It's an ethnic group in India. The US took them in, and when they landed in the US,
See, a lot of people don't know about these Patels. She said,
I do.
He said it's an ethnic group. So the Patels is an ethnic group.
Look, my high school boy was Salash Patel. I hate to put his name out like that, but his father was the vice president of Mattel Toys back in the day, in the 80s. So yeah, I didn't know this, but yeah, the Patel family was something strong.
Yeah, and this would you be considered be another Operation Paperclip type thing? What they did with the Germans. I mean, they brought all these people up over here, and all of these people was doing well.
Yeah, man, well.
Yeah.
as they basically really didn't have any skills that would allow them to get good jobs, white collar jobs in the US. What a few of them started to do was they realized that if they bought a motel, a small 10 or 20 room motel, the family could live in one or two of the rooms, and they could use the money they got out and get a bank loan and run the motel. Now, motels are very labor-intensive businesses. So what they did is when a Patel took over a motel, they fired all the staff. And the family took over all the jobs, the cleaning and front desk and everything else, right? And the Patels are vegetarians, and they live a very simple life. So when a Patel took over a motel in an area, what they were able to do is they were able to undercut the prices of all the other motels in the area because they have no labor. They have no payroll. They have no workers' comp, none of those things. And so if everyone else is charging $25 a night, they're charging, $19 a night. So the occupancy was higher than everyone else. And they saved their money. And then what they would do is buy the next motel, send the nephew to run it, and then buy the next motel. And this started happening in the early 70s. And when you fast forward to today, 80% of all the motels in the US are under Patel ownership.
Oh.
How about that?
Aton.
How about that?
So check this out. So my boy I just told you about, they was in that motel business, right? Because guess what they graduated to? They graduated to buying Marriott. They start buying Marriott, Aton. So that's true. I know that to be true. And they leveled up to Marriott. So my boy would give me love where I could go to Marriott, put down this little code he gave me, and no matter where it was, I wasn't paying more than $90 a night. Anywhere, everywhere, in any Marriott.
Right.
Y'all don't remember Mississippi Masala? with Denzel
Yeah, I
Washington.
remember that.
I remember that.
That was the start of that.
Yep.
That was a change in, because okay, the most important part of that was they fired the staff and they worked it themselves. But if you look at the motel business, right, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, that's all niggas.
Wow.
So they eliminated our whole one way of, you see what I'm saying? Think about it. Who was
Yeah, that's
maids
why
in the
that's why
60s
we
and the
get so
70s?
angry.
You see what I'm saying? Because they usurped every industry with different colored people. You look back at movies in the 60s and the 70s, all the construction workers is either niggas or white boys. Now you look at construction,
That's so true, Derek. Is that Derek?
it's all economic. Yeah. If you really sit back and look at it, it's all economics. And we're the ones catching on last.
Well, they give them the blueprint. Come on, man. They tell them where to, like I think one of the things that Aton showed was somebody was saying, and maybe you, by voting, we were by registering, we were identifying where we're at. And they took that information and they sold it. And then they marketed it. And then these people showed up overnight in our neighborhoods with businesses, with business loans. They owned the corner liquor store. They owned, all of a sudden, they started buying up all these little gas stations. All the little things that was ours started disappearing to the foreigner. But you know, at that time, I didn't know that's what was going on. So you got to think about this television show that what's his name did. Chris Rock did a show called Fargo. I don't know if you've ever seen Fargo, but Fargo in this show Fargo, Chris Rock's character was the one that came up with the credit card. He came up with the credit card. They laughed at him. The banks laughed at him, but it became the Diners Club card. But one of the things Chris Rock said in the show that I remember so deeply is that this is the truth. We play local games. These fuckers is playing international, and we didn't realize we was in an international game in the 80s and 70s. We didn't know that's what was going on. Well, the local average bro didn't know. And then next thing you know, these people were filling up all the little slots that were supposed to be for you.
Yeah, but that's
And here we are.
the name of the game. The name of the game is to keep you looking at racism while they keep putting people of color in your spot. Because the whole shit is really against you economically.
Mm-hmm.
The people of color that they put in your places are pawns to them. Because anybody of color that they can economically use, they already own these industries.
Yes.
But now, as you see today, all of this whole little 50-year plan is coming to an end for the simple fact that nobody is winning, not even the white people. So everybody is losing. So this whole
Because
plot
their
and scheme to
democracy
keep us down
is against what was set up to originally roll here. That comes back to their calling ours democracy. That's what's wrecked now. They can't keep that game going. That's why they're voicing this democracy crap.
Yeah, democracy can be controlled. The republic can't because it wasn't set up to be controlled.
Exactly.
It's an open market. It's free trade. This is how this is set up. So if you got a good product, make it happen. And build from there. And that's how this country is. This is why it was called the greatest land in the world. Because the people here took their resources and stretched it all the way out. Like, you ever heard the old saying, Give a nigga an inch, he'll take him out.
Yeah. That's some reverse
Think about what
psychology, I
that means.
believe.
Nah, you got to think about what it's saying. Give a nigga an inch, he'll turn it into a mile.
But it was really reverse
That means
psychology because we were the ones that were giving. They didn't give us nothing.
no. The statement is a statement of not me giving you something. It's the fact that what he can do with anything.
Yeah, I
Basically,
hear
she's
you.
saying
I
like,
hear you. Yeah.
That's like making $1 out of 15 cents.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Because we understand economy on this land. Because economy on this land, nigga, that's us. We know how to stretch a dollar. Right now, white folks like, how come black folks ain't tripping on the economy? Nigga, for what?
You know what? It's funny you say that because I told Aton about this arbitration I had to go to for a loss of goodwill claim that I had, right? And the judge said, you young enough, you could do it again. I'm like, what the fuck? I could do it again? Well, why you got so much confidence I could do this shit again?
But this is okay. This is where the saying comes, this your first time going around. Like I'm 55. Like, okay, I can tell you this is my third time going around.
Yeah. Bro, you can't do that shit again when they locking down the doors. He's saying I can do it again, but meanwhile, you just ain't gonna come through this door again. So I gotta find some new doors and break down some new walls. I ain't got time
Nigga,
for that.
I'll be back. I might be back at this door again to talk to you. But on the motherfucker, that's a nigga. A nigga gonna figure out a way. Because in America, that's what is American.
Yeah.
We don't fold.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So
You're right.
this is that's why when people tell me all this about, oh, that ain't our name and all, nigga, I know what's in me. It ain't in me. This is in me, not on me. Now I could look at everybody else in my motherfucking neighborhood. I could look at everybody in my state that ain't a nigga. Niggas own them. It ain't in them. Niggas dig in when the shit get rough. Everybody else gonna fold. Jump off a bridge, nigga, we leaving. Niggas gonna be right here doing nigga shit.
Yeah, we got nowhere to go. We can't be deported.
But I'm saying it ain't the fact that we ain't got nowhere to go. Nigga, this our home. If we feel something is wrong, we gonna make it right.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
Yeah. I know I'm at my best, yo, when shit get fucked up. I don't know why it is, bro.
No, but they say that's the power of melanin. They say melanin has to be stressed. If you don't stress the melanin, but you can't have the fear.
Yeah.
That's what boxes us in, is when we have the fear. And you know what? I'm gonna say this. When I was a youngster, they used to ring the bell every Friday. They had this loud ass siren. And they had me afraid of nuclear bombs all through my junior high age. I don't know if they did it for y'all because we're about the same age, but I'm telling you, every Friday in Long Beach, they had the siren for the Red Dawn shit. Remember the movie Red Dawn? They was trying to make that on our brain. That fear, to put the fear in you so that it would box your melanin, create, because they know you're creative, but they wanted to trap your creativity. That's what I learned from my boy Bobby Hemmett.
Well, okay. Like Aton, he had put on a short about the Black Panther, like how it was built, right? And I was just thinking, like, well, shit. They had to see the first Black Panthers, which is the motherfuckers, the Hell Fight, the Harlem Hellcats. Motherfuckers from World War I. Those are the first Black Panthers. That's an all-tank battalion. Now, they had to know who these people are, And they had to know in the circumstances in which they became. Because once you find out that they are the people who built these tanks. See, they told us niggas fought in the war, but they didn't tell us that niggas was building the shit they was fighting in the war for.
Man, they didn't tell us that special forces, all those weapons were created by the Buffalo Soldiers.
What that's the okay. The Buffalo Soldiers, right? Think about this. Think about the time in which the Buffalo Soldiers came are going on. Then you think about all them dudes had sons. You know who their sons are? The Harlem Hellfighters in World War I.
Oh, yep. There you go. There you go. There you go.
You know whose sons were great too? All them motherfuckers in World War II.
Yep.
Those are the sons of the motherfuckers from World War I.
Yep.
The sons of those dudes in World War II are the heroes of black people in Vietnam.
Today's saints, the latter day saints.
You know, so once you started to understand that this shit is really closer than what it is, because Aton said something earlier, nigga, from 1926 to 2026 is a cold 100 years. It's a cold one. If you really analyze it, sit back and look at it, it's a hell of 100 years.
Yeah, it's a hell of 100 years that they've been rewriting the history.
Yeah. But you only had, okay, economically, you've only had economic power since 1933 till today. Not even that whole 100 years.
Wait. You're saying who only had economic power since then?
Is a serious concern.
What you call them white folks? I would say the United States government.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm with you on that. Yep. Since after that depression shit.
Yeah. But nobody asked a crazy question.
Now you took me right into this video, Derek, which is perfect. Because how was they able over the last 100 years? How was it possible for them to be able to create a whole new genre, if I can use that word, and really outside of police brutality and redlining and all these statutory things, they weren't able to take us out? And that's just a rhetorical question. Well, I'm gonna play this now. They always, the Republicans, they don't like Ketanji Jackson Brown, but check this out.
Concern that the Supreme Court's modern stay practices are having an enormously disruptive and potentially corrosive effect on the functioning of the federal judiciary's usual decision-making process. Very little good comes from taking an institution that is supposed to be operating outside of the political realm and routinely steering it into the fray. There is value in avoiding having the court continually touching the third rail of every divisive policy issue in American life. But if we are not careful, the emergency docket can and will become an end run around the standard review process, a special avenue that certain privileged litigants can utilize selectively. Is there a...
Too late. I've been going on. Doctrine of discovery, plenary doctrine, trust doctrine, administrative law judges, administrative procedures, the Chevron, deference, the doctrine that was overturned, all these different things, voters' rights, civil rights, all these things were all pretty much stamped by the Supreme Court as them finding a way to fit it into the constitutional narrative. You see what I'm saying? But let me continue.
Reason why he warrants this special treatment? Why can't neighbors A and B finish litigating in the lower courts and then come stand in line like everybody else? My worry is that neighbor A has spotted a strategic advantage. Through the emergency docket, he can get 2 bites at the apple. If the court denies the stay he wants, he'll just go back down, litigate below, and return here in the ordinary course. For savvy parties who have the money and the wherewithal, there really is no disincentive to doing that. As one of my colleagues recently suggested in an opinion, while other litigants have to wait in line, some frequent emergency docket filers have the court on speed dial. I am very troubled by the institutional costs that the Supreme Court's current stay practices impose on the institution in terms of its relationships with the lower courts and the American people. To start, having a docket that allows the court to routinely interfere with lower court cases while they are in progress disrespects the lower court's authority and withholds the deference appellate courts have traditionally provided regarding fact-bound matters that are within a trial court's expertise. In addition, the court is withholding its own work product by issuing summary orders, further undermining the public's confidence in our judicial colleagues. A one-line stay grant that overturns a lower court's contrary conclusion suggests that the judgment call was so easy that no deliberation or explanation is required. Our predecessors called it judicial restraint. We don't hear about that much anymore. I think it's time to bring it back.
See, this is where what she's saying, and this is where the restraint and the discretion comes into play. Let me give you an example in a second. But what she's saying, the lower courts, right? Under Article 3, the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction over all matters. All matters. You can actually take your case straight to the Supreme Court and bypass all these, what they call inferior courts, or what they call tribunals, which are all considered to be administrative. Now, how I learned about that was in an unlawful detainer court, which is limited jurisdiction. All limited jurisdiction courts or tribunal courts have their own appellate. The reason why I know that is because I had a situation on an unlawful detainer matter with somebody, and what happened was try to take it to the actual appellate court, the third appellate court in Sacramento, and they kicked it right back and said, we don't have jurisdiction over this matter. I said, wait a minute, I thought you guys are the third appellate court. They said, yeah, but this is a limited jurisdiction over here dealing with this tribunal. We have no jurisdiction over that. So if we don't have it, the California Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction. So wait a minute, what are you saying? They saying we don't have jurisdiction. I thought wait a minute. They said, we said what we said. So this was a matter of foreclosure. This California, to all the Californians here. So this dealt with a foreclosure. They deal with a foreclosure, a non-judicial foreclosure, and then they take it to the unlawful detainer court saying that they're now the landlord and the owner is the tenant, and I need to get a judgment so we can evict them out their house that they paid for. So when they went to go appeal, so I said, well, we need to appeal it over to the third appellate court. Well, what we didn't know is that there was an actual appellate court within the superior court over this matter. Next thing you know, we got to take it over here. We say, wait a minute, it wasn't supposed to be here, it's supposed to be over there. Well, nah, we don't have jurisdiction. Kick it back. So I had to try to do something else. They said, nah, it's denied. Take it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, nah, if the appellate court ain't hearing it, we're not hearing it. We don't have jurisdiction over this matter. So this is what she's saying is that there's people streamlining this thing, getting to the front of the line on some emergency actions in order to get some quick judgments or to be able to work it. She was talking about working it from overturning some state inferior court judgments. But on the flip side of it, you actually got attorneys doing it on the flip side where they're actually going to the Supreme Court or they're utilizing the lower courts to make sure that any judgments after that cannot actually get to the Supreme Court. Once it's adjudicated in that atmosphere, it's done. You see what I'm saying? Now, the other shit she talking about, which is half-assed what she talking about, let me expand on what she's saying, is that I had a situation, and I actually cammed up and showed Rootword that shit on his channel because he was talking shit. So I cammed up. I said, here's the Supreme Court case, buddy. I actually took that to the Supreme. I took a case to the Supreme Court. And you know who denied the case? The clerk. So I hit the clerk back like, wait a minute. And the justice that's over the ninth Circuit over here in our part of California, I asked the judge and the clerk, when can a clerk deny a writ? So this is what was happening. So what they was doing, they was throwing it into a miscellaneous, you know what I'm saying, J-Dub? They was throwing it in a miscellaneous section. And then they was hiding and suppressing it, but the clerk was actually denying it. Now, the clerk didn't do it not one time, not two times, did it 4 times. So this is what she is trying to say is that where the Supreme Court is actually getting involved in every facet of the other, right? Separation of powers, right? The Article 1, Article 2, and they're actually utilizing that to their advantage, and they're actually picking and choosing who they want to bring to the front, who they want to bring to the back. Because over all this time, since Trump been in office, all these Supreme Court cases and all these oral arguments and things like that, you know, during that time, since 2022, I've had 3 of them, and not one got an opinion. They all was denied by the clerk. I haven't been able to get up there on any writ of certiorari or writ of mandamus or prohibition. They've all been denied by the clerk. Now make that make sense. Y'all got it.
Are you talking about the Supreme Court?
I'm talking about the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court.
Well, you know they're really selective of what cases they pick up.
But they can't. They cannot be selective, especially if you got a self-litigant. If you got a self-litigant, you can't be selective, especially if it's dealing with a constitutional question. This is what they're doing is, and I'm telling you from experience, what they're doing is they're changing the heading. They all cap everything. They put borders around them and they turn it into an administrative corporate fiction in order to circumvent the law. This is what they do. So they pick and choose. They can't pick and choose nothing, especially when the people are coming. An attorney is nothing but a foreign agent registered with the bar. Those are the people they're giving, just like you would go if you actually went to a traffic. If you got a traffic ticket, you go into court, or you got any matter coming into court. You know who get heard first? Attorneys. All defendants represented by attorneys get to be heard first. Everybody else got to sit and wait.
Right.
Yeah, but there is no picking and choosing. That is just where that needs to kind of like, nah, we can't say they can pick and choose because they're servants. They have to follow the rules. They have to follow the procedures. They have canons. They have ethics they got to follow. They take an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And if somebody that doesn't have an attorney, can't afford an attorney, or want to just come in propria persona or sui juris and present themselves in a proper light and is competent to that, right? They can't deny that. That is a violation of civil rights. That is a violation of equal protection of the law. That is a violation of Article 1. That is the Bill of Rights. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth Amendment.
And what court is it though? Article 1 courts?
No, I'm saying the United States Supreme Court.
They're going to tell you to start at the bottom and move your way all the way to the top.
No,
And then
I
when
did.
you exhausted all your appeals,
No, I
and
did that.
then
I did
okay.
that. I did that. No, I didn't go straight to Supreme Court. No, it went from the lower court.
And then the
Now,
Supreme Court
this was
would
a
pick it
federal.
up.
Yeah, this was a federal issue.
Okay.
Federal issue. Boom. They did some off the wall stuff, unethical things, bam, administrative things, circumvent, to deny, object, right? You object to the findings and recommendations and request oral argument, that gets denied, then it becomes final. Then you move it over to the Ninth Circuit, which is in San Francisco. Then you put in your appeal. After that, they tell you what you need to do. Then you put in your brief, your appellate brief. Once the brief is there, they got to respond. Then you have a reply brief. And then, it's actually heard in California. They have it 3 people here at the most part. Mm-hmm. If they deny it at that point in time, and most of the people don't know that those 3 people are actually retired justices, seniors. What they call seniors. These people that are listening to these things are actually senior justices that are retired. But most of the time, these senior justices, their clerks are making the decisions.
Right.
Now, when you get that denial, you're going to see 3 names in all caps and abbreviated, like a DBA. Then it's being stamped. It's not a live stamp. It is a copy stamp from the clerk. Now you do what is called a motion for reconsideration, right? A motion for reconsideration en banc. En banc means instead of the 3, now you need the whole panel to hear it, which is 11.
Right.
In California. And the 11 in California, then they all overhear it and stuff like that. And then it's still coming back saying in all caps, this, that, the other. You see what I'm saying? Then you take that, once that en banc is done, then you take it to the Supreme Court under writ of certiorari. Or you can do what is called a writ of mandamus, or what is called mandate, but it's a mandamus or / writ of extraordinary writ. That's what she's talking about. Emergency, right? Extraordinary. It's an emergency because you have justices and judges that are operating outside of their ethics. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm going to tell you from a colloquial point of view. They tell us when we're taking our legal courses that it takes years for people to get into the Supreme Court. And she's telling you why. So she's going to be that judge that denies it because she's like, I don't think people should be just coming up to the Supreme Court. So she's going to be one of those negative people, negative justices who don't want or who are trying to discourage people from going all the way to the top. But they tell us it takes unless it's one of them emergency type things like you're just talking about, they're not going to, that's what they tell us.
When you say emergency, are you talking like ex parte?
Emergency, like what you're seeing now with the birthright citizenship thing. That's kind of an emergency. That's kind of something that just got shot. Maybe because it's a presidential and it's executive, has to do with executive branch. But those, if you see that, it goes straight to the top.
Well, it sounds like they're cherry picking because I Derek, I think it was Derek that said it the other day. I had mentioned that they already discussed this in '97 and had an act with HR 7. And Derek said, I think it was Derek. Am I wrong, Derek? But he had said that
Wrong
he
about
had
what?
said that was for the individual, and now Trump was trying to go back 3 generations for, to knock
Yeah,
you out if birthright citizenry, that those entitlements they're trying to usurp. So
I heard about the
I'm
three
just
generations, but I haven't really seen it. I've heard people talk about it, but I haven't seen it.
Mm. Yeah, I
So
haven't
yeah,
seen him go back 3 generations either. They only
but see
grabbing the
this,
people
this
right there in front of them.
see, but this is
Man,
this
Trump
this
just
is
that's
this
what
is
he
the
told
problem
these
with.
people.
Hold on, real quick, G. This is the problem with the system. What I'm showing you is that this is what they're teaching you. They're only teaching you administrative law, right? They're teaching you something half baked. You know what I'm saying? Like medium rare. It's not fully cooked. And this is what's wrong with the system. It's of and for and by the people. These
Well, they
attorneys
teaching.
are
Wait a minute,
these
they teaching the procedures. They
well,
mainly
well,
know procedures.
but most importantly, these attorneys are British credit registered, right? British, right? This is a foreign agent, and they're not forcing them to be registered with the Foreign Agent Registration Act, Foreign Agent Registration Act.
Yeah,
But
FARA.
these people are getting first in line, first in time on this thing. And even when you're dealing with, you talk about Roe v. Wade and all these things, birthright citizen, man, that shit ain't important.
That's
What
cherry
it is
picking.
a national security interest situation. But people are actually losing, being trespassed upon by foreign agents under color of law. They're getting their constitutional protected rights violated every single minute or second.
Are you talking about the no tax Indian?
I'm talking about everything. This is
But the no tax Indian will get
sharing.
put to the
This is
top.
what I'm sharing. This is what I'm sharing with Isness.
Oh,
Right. I'm
okay.
sharing this with Isness, right? So under the circumstances, like being taught that, right? Because Isness was kind of matter of fact about, well, they just say, I get that, but that's conditioning. Not I'm saying it just as it needs to be said. Not saying you, but what I'm saying, this is how they teach people, and this is how the education system works at every level. This is what it is. Be comfortable with it, get used to it, or find something else to do. But no, it's of and for and by the people as it's supposed to be stated. This is how it's supposed to be exercised as well. So if there's an emergency, if I come in an emergency and say there is an injury that has been done, and there's going to be some irreparable harm that has been done, then that means you need to hear me. That's along the lines of ex parte, what J Dub is talking about. That's ex parte. That means it needs to be heard immediately. And an injunction, once you go ex parte, an injunction has to be not only filed but approved and granted, because it's what you consider to be temporary, not permanent. It's temporary. You got to give the injunction because you got to take what the appellate, what the appellant or the claimant, plaintiff, whatever you want to call them, is actually stated until it is proved and rebutted on the other end that it's not so. You got to take him for face value, not crying wolf. But this is what they're doing. This is exactly what they're doing. And I'm telling you from experience what they're doing. And they're protecting it. You know what I'm saying? And they've actually taken the law, they're taking the procedures, they've taken their fiduciary duties, their orders of what they're supposed to be doing in protecting the people when they throw their hand up and put their hand on that Bible. We swear to protect the people of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But at the same time, they are the enemies. No doubt about it.
You know, we saw this play on the main stage with Trump. Remember, he was trying to get his case heard with the Supreme Court. Remember, they refused him. And we was
Right.
all like, can they do that? Well, that's what I was thinking. So I understand what you're saying because that's what I was thinking in that case. Like
But
they
can they
totally
refuse the
refused to hear
Indian?
his case.
Right.
I'm
Right.
Can they
sorry.
refuse the Indian?
Can they refuse an Indian?
Yeah, man. Can they refuse? Because I didn't mean to butt
Yeah.
in, but it's just, I've
Yeah.
always wondered, like, so
This
if
is
you have no other court, if you have no other jurisdiction, no other venue, we're supposed to be in the Supreme Court. So what? We're
Yeah.
not supposed to be in these superior courts and
Well,
these little
actually, you're
local
supposed to
courts.
have, if you really think about it from that point of view, you're supposed to have your own courts. But
Oh, there you go.
unfortunately, we are
There you go.
exiled in our own land. So we ain't got no courts like that.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the answer. Yeah, they
Got it.
can. Yeah, they can deny you because they're
I
operating.
got it.
They're operating from a enemy position. They have
But
pretty
you're
much
also
put
playing in
the
their
whole
jurisdiction.
Constitution. They put the trees, they put all their founding documents, their charters, and everything that they're bound by in order to do business on this land. They push them to the side, and I'm trying to figure out when our people gonna get that memo.
You might
What memo?
laugh.
Why
You
are
might
you in
laugh,
their
Aton.
jurisdiction?
You might laugh at me, but I put in some paperwork basically saying the courtroom was at my house. And I did the whole ball of wax and they didn't show up, but it was at the farm. So that was my court. I mean, you just told me they could deny us, so it's supposed to be our own court. So why can't we individually just say that that's our court and create that court and document? I know they say maybe it's not, this ain't real, whatever, but I don't really give a damn what they say because it's just like you just said. That's not our shit. So we got to create our own thing, and that's where I left it. And I did my administrative process from that.
Would you believe that you can exist in and out of their jurisdiction?
Yeah, I can believe that. Of course.
Okay.
We
So now
here.
the question is, how do you do that? Because there's an Indian, as you say, they have no jurisdiction over that.
Yeah, that's your court.
So
In your
there's
front
no
room.
reason, there's nothing that they can bring in front of you that you have to uphold to them. So there's no court that they can say you have to come and say that you are here. They don't even have jurisdiction over you like that. They only have jurisdiction over your social security number.
Yeah.
But an
Exactly.
ignorant person who doesn't know will appear on that social security number. He does
But
not
you don't
know
have
that.
all the pomp and all that BS. So you don't, it's kind of like you got to have a mind game with yourself to make you feel like you're legit. Otherwise, it's like our own mind fucks us. Excuse my French, but our own mind makes us less than.
But the mind only works from the bottom up. Okay, okay, you can't teach a kid calculus without teaching him basic math.
Yeah, arithmetic.
You see what I'm saying? You got to know 1 + 1 is 2 before we get into all that other shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't show you how to be an architect, nigga, without you showing you how to actually put two boards together and with a nail and show you how to build. You have to start at the bottom and work your way up. Okay, with us, we don't understand that this is this simple. They have registered an entity, which they call your name, but the entity can be controlled by them and you. So now when you take control of the entity, no court has jurisdiction over you. They only have jurisdiction over the entity. So now that you can go to court and tell them that I have control of the entity, the court has a problem because they want a body to come in to say that these charges go to a body. If there's no body and you got charges, you got to dismiss the case, no matter what it is.
The body is at 8.5 by 11 piece of paper they printed your shit on. That's what you bring in there and show this is what that body is they want. It's not you. But what I'm saying is, and I think you answered it, is yeah, you can make your own court, but at the end of the day, how do you enforce this law? See, that's where the gangster shit comes. I'm sorry I go there, but that's where the Buffalo Soldiers come back in my mind, where those are the only people that go and make sure that this shit gets enforced, because these people don't know anything but force.
Okay, no, they know force and they know broke.
Yeah, they know broke.
Okay, now the one thing, see, now most people know how to fight with force. I understand that broke shit. See, this is what I'm saying. Like my understanding of this is really simple. We all know our public account numbers, which is called your social security number. But none of us, very few, and I'm talking about I would say less than 10,000 to 100,000 Black people that's born here know their private account numbers that they're born to. Because once you know those account numbers, you don't need to use your social security number at all, ever. So if 50 million Black people actually just stop using their social security number, nigga, guess what everybody else is? Broke.
Yes, I believe that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, Aton, I didn't mean to interject like that, but it was just when you said it.
Nah, you good. No, you good. You good. You good. You good. This is what we do. This is what we do. I mean, strong minds. You got to get it out. Yeah. But yeah, I'm a shit. Let me do this in closing. Actually, because we still got to get some more work done on this truck, and I got people coming through, and
yeah, I just got off, man. I'm just made it to the house. I'm trying to smoke.
I'm glad you guys did this today. I appreciate it, because I know we were planning on following up that craziness from yesterday. I don't want to call it craziness, but that high level shit we was talking about yesterday. I'm glad we didn't bring all that angst today, and we broke this off, because I learned a lot
I'm glad
today.
you brought that up,
appreciate you.
because I did want to apologize for yesterday's. I just
don't worry about it. I deleted all that shit.
No, I'm just saying I want to apologize, because I get mad, frustrated with people telling me who I'm not.
Yeah,
I feel you, but I mean, it's intense, it's cool. Like I said, the intensity is good. We all get intense. My main thing is just more of the kind of the language type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when I get angry,
if you can make it flow, I don't really care about the cussing too much. But if it's flowing, it's flowing. You know what I'm saying? But
right. Yeah, I don't want to come off as ignorant, but I do want to come off as passionate, because when it comes to this shit, this history, and what I understand, it makes me mad because it could have been prevented. Because I understand that the U.S. government knows exactly what is going on. They're doing this on purpose from the gate. It's not like we made a mistake, let's try and correct it. No, nigga, this was an evil takeover of a very influential business that has been going on for thousands of years, uninterrupted.
Right. And you know,
Now,
this
you came
is
in
why I
and
want to
you
bring this. This is why I want to kind of you good, D. But this is why I want to bring up judicial discretion, right? And I didn't know, Isn't that you was studying law and stuff like that. But this is, and what
No. I'm hold on. Let me clarify. I'm
oh,
not
you're not
studying law. I have graduated, and these classes were long time ago.
right.
Yeah.
But my thing is that
Like paralegal.
if you get into if you want to get back into it, I'm your guy. You know what I'm saying? Contrary to what people might say, I'm your guy. Now, but under the circumstance, here's judicial discretion, right? Now, most of the time, people are doing stuff, you guys, brothers and sisters, that they're using their discretion. But one thing that people need to understand is the discretion they use is to protect people's rights, not violate them. You see what I'm saying? So you got in the California State Constitution, I think it's section 16, something like that. You know what I'm saying? Right to jury trial. You have due process. You have those things, discovery, things that need to be brought to you. Remember I was talking about yesterday, incorpotory versus exculpatory evidence, mens rea. You have the right to face your accusers. You should be there at the grand jury. You should be present to face whoever needs to be faced before the grand jury even decides whether this should go to court or not. But all this is being done ex parte. It's being done without a judge and without the parties being present. See what I'm saying? Judicial discretion is one of the fundamental things that get people, especially those without representation, right? An attorney, a bar attorney. This is one of the main reasons that use these things, and I also utilized it. And I heard this in trial one time. It's called self-help, right? They say based on self-help, I can actually show where this attorney put in his trial brief he should not win based off self-help, meaning he ain't going along with the program. He ain't got no attorney. Ain't no way he should come up in here trying to win anything without one of us on his side or getting something out of it. So, under the circumstances, you can take that top one out and then put that one top. That's the HDMI too. All right, so it says right here, judicial discretion refers to a judge's power to make a decision based on their individualized evaluations, guided by the principles of law. Judicial discretion gives courts immense power, which is exercised when the legislature allows for it. For example, Ohio's Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 59, allows trial based on its sound discretion. In criminal law, certain penal code provisions, such as California's Penal Code 17C, sometimes grant courts the discretion to pick between a choice of punishments for certain crimes. Judicial discretion is granted to the courts out of recognition of each case's individuality, and as such, decisions should be based on the case's particular circumstances rather than a rigid application of law. Decisions made under this power have to be sound and not arbitrary. Arbitrary when used in reference to a judge's ruling in a court case. Arbitrary means based on individual discretion rather than a fair application of law. So that's arbitrary, and the other word is capricious, meaning that such decisions have to be made based on what is right and equitable under the circumstances, equal protection of the law. Indeed, an abuse of discretion can be appealed. California has held that an abuse of discretion. Why are they using California? And this is the Cornell Law School that's supposed to be federal. It's California is known for it, set the precedent for it, is the prototype for it. California has
because California got every nation in it.
California has held that an abuse of discretion will be found where the trial court exceeded the bounds of reason and made its decision in an arbitrary manner that resulted in a manifest miscarriage of justice. Now let's go down here, and so this is where they get off on, you guys. This is where they get off on and how they able. So once you get one that's going to follow that, they're going to look at it and say, hey, we got to roll with it. So they're going to turn the cheek on it. They're not going to say, okay, yeah, you wrong. You violated that, because if I come into court and I beat them up like I've done multiple times, and they said, so what? So what? You got 9 defaults. Yeah, we're still ruling against you. We still ruling against you. And then you go to the next and say, wait a minute. I've already have defaults. So what are we doing here? And then others say, well, shit, we ain't even, hey, we about to do this. We're about to kick you out. Then we go to the Supreme Court and they said, oh, the clerk said we're going to kick you out. You got clerks kicking you out. Now, just a rhetorical question. What are we operating under? We far removed from the Indian not tax thing, because nobody knows what an Indian is today. Nobody even know who the first Americans are, because everybody is working off what? Movies, TV.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. All figment of our imagination.
That's only because everybody want to be a genius, and nobody wants to start from the bottom and work their way up. That's why all this shit exists today, because everybody wants to study and everybody wants to be highly intelligent. Nigga, you still can't explain to me the first statement of the 1828 definition of the word American, period. So when you understand what that statement is, everything else comes into play.
You know, I appreciate you guys so much, because I learned so much from each and every one of you individuals. And one of the things I learned was that Trump, if there's anything Trump showed us, that shit, he's cannon fodder. They tried to make him cannon fodder right in front of our face. We were just talking about how Aton was talking about how after you round up all these aboriginals, then you get in line with them. You next. Trump realized, I don't like to say this, but his situations with them cases was just too familiar. The way they was just breaking all the laws to get them. So I can recognize that shit. That's one thing we got in common. They break all the laws to get them, and that's what they do to us. So he did show that and brought that to light. I don't know if he's gonna go back on it.
And you know, usually when that happens to us, they tell us that it doesn't happen. It's in your imagination. No, you must have did something. But we saw it on the main stage, on the world stage. So
right.
But
and they still tried to, and they still tried to gaslight you and say that it was your imagination, that you weren't seeing what you were seeing.
Yeah, exactly. I hear you. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Is this?
So make sure I put my Bluetooth on. Just make sure y'all want to hear. Y'all heard me. Go ahead.
I got a question.
That's what I get from Trump.
Why white folks don't like Trump? Why is it like the Democratic white people don't like Trump?
That's the business. Because white people like Trump.
Oh, because they want this country, bro. They want this resources. They want this land. They want this money. They want this milk and honey.
Right cut.
Okay. So why don't liberal white people don't like? Why don't they like Trump? Because Trump is with the same shit. He with the money. He with the land. He with all that. Why they don't like him?
Because you got two different factions fighting. You got two different, you have one that's for like a world government. And then you have one for that wants that place over there in the Middle East to be the supreme law of the land. And Trump is on that side of the game. And they knew it. We didn't. And so they're on for open borders. This is just free for all. You know, anybody and everybody can have them people over there in the Middle East. No. They don't want to be a free for all. They want to be the top dog and they're the supremes. So it's two different factions fighting.
Yeah.
Okay, so why does Trump use the tactics that he's using to make this fight? Because the tactics that he's using, let's say, like this with the slogan, "Make America Great Again." This shit ain't going to end well for either side of these white people the way he's rocking this shit. If you get rid of all the immigrants, ain't nothing but niggas left here to work.
Exactly.
Well, you know, he's not trying to get rid. Well, let's clarify this. He's not getting rid of all the immigrants. Matter of fact, he's only getting rid of the ones with like crimes. All these illegal immigrants ain't running around here committing crimes. You know, it's only like us. What is it, like 30 in the last 4 years?
They are committing crimes. They're here illegally.
Well, that's true.
That's
You're right. You're right about that. But that's not how they're looking at it. I mean,
but that's how you and I look at it. You and I could go to jail for simple shit.
Now,
right.
What I'm saying, okay, the extent of it is the 3 generations. Because they're looking at it like that. Nigga, illegally here is a crime. Okay. Trump is like, nigga, let's take it one step further. Because they've been using this loophole for the last 45 years. What loophole is that? An illegal
you
person
can't make
come
America
into the
great
country
without
illegally,
going
have
back
a child,
to
and child's
you
legal.
can't make America great unless you go back to the original oil barons. And that was not these immigrants. And it wasn't no Arabs.
Original oil barons are Negroes.
Thank
Colored
you.
people.
So he knows what make America. It's just, do we catch on to what make America great is? I look at it as make Aboriginals great again. That's what I see when I see MAGA.
But that's what American means.
That's why I say it that way. They coded America, but it's really Aboriginal for you and me and everybody on the panel.
But that's we are the only Americans. Everybody else was.
So when he says that, he's speaking to us. And that's why the Supreme Court shit, I'm like, why?
Now you get
Isness made the point. Isness made the point that I feel her on that because Isness, I was sitting here, I've gone through a lot of stuff, and mainly I've had, it was European cats that put me on. It's them Tea Party motherfuckers that was exploiting and showing us where the holes were in this shit, right? But they didn't have the lineage to really make the shit stick. So I took it and ran with it, and I used that shit and I put Aboriginal on it. And that's what I was been standing on. My boy Aton knows it don't mean a whole lot, but that's what I've been standing on the best I can, because that's where I think, our Aboriginal heritage comes into play. And that's what he's speaking to on a certain level.
Aboriginal heritage. Tell me what that is.
Well, that's just the people that are from the land, that are the stewards of the land that's been here, the primordial.
Are we gonna have another cornbread conversation?
Oh, okay.
Kind of, sort of, but more of an intelligent one. But I mean, because you got to understand, when you guys use these words, you're not using them in a proper context.
Okay, I'll say autochthonous.
Aboriginal is a status of the word American.
Autochthonous.
Okay,
I use autochthonous.
However you want to. Okay, listen. Very simple. American are the people of America. Okay, and the American is Aboriginal. Native American, native to America, period.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. Aboriginal
Yeah.
is the status of the American, the first people, original. Anybody who came here, y'all got to see them. Okay, well, what do they look like? Oh, no problem. They're copper-colored races. Okay, so basically, anybody brown, dark brown, light brown, medium brown, all that, yeah, that's them. Okay, so what
If you with being a steward of the land, if you with this other shit, then your brown pride and all that shit is counterproductive.
No, I'm simply explaining it to you back then so you can understand what they did to make it blurry now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They deciphered it in 1828. Yeah. All right, from then on, they started blurring the lines. Because they told you in the definition of what they look like. They're copper-colored races of people. Okay, cool.
Straight up.
All right.
I don't know how you get away from that now and say some European dude is American. Some British dude's American.
Or they'll say red.
But you got to think about it. It didn't just die off. That shit didn't just happen. 1828 to 1928, nigga, they still knew who they was. Now 1928 to 2028 is where the lines start getting blurry. You understand
You
what I'm
putting the
saying?
music on? Is that a hint?
Is that the closing out
Hey,
music?
Todd, is that a hint?
Now y'all good. Y'all got your 5
The
minute
hook
warning.
is about to come out or what?
Nah, y'all good. Y'all good. I'm just letting y'all know. You know,
I
we getting
want
there.
Nadi. Where is Nadi at? Nadi was supposed to be here so we could finish that discussion from yesterday. What happened to him?
I don't know. But it's a simple explanation. Because when people tell you that you're not, or when they say American Indian is a word that the white man made up, okay, you simply have to just ask yourself 3 questions. If the white man made it up and they made it for themselves, why would they need to create the citizen? And then second, what is the actual culture and heritage of the American Indian? And do black people do these things today? And
We
you would
do.
have to say,
We do. My grandmama been doing it. Mississippian culture forever.
Forever.
Forever. So
Forever.
I don't care what anybody else says. Mississippian culture forever. Next.
But okay, I'm gonna tell you from a motherfucker who grew up next door in Louisiana. It's the same.
DeRidder, Louisiana, baby. DeRidder Dragons. All day long.
Mississippi, Louisiana, forever. The culture is forever. It's the same people.
Thank you. And I'm not against my boy Nadi. Nadi brings a lot of knowledge. I love how he make my mind think. He don't let me rest on nothing. That nigga gonna read everything. That's great. But I think when you're not from the mainland, and I'm sorry he's not here to defend himself, but when you're not from the mainland, I'm with Isness when we talk about, none the business when she was talking about none your business when she was talking about what her grandmama said. I know that you know Aton, you're like, well, we want to keep it in the law, but at a point we're above the law. I don't want to say above the law, but we're above this shit they brought to us as law.
No, we are.
And my grandmama does make a matter. She does mean, because I talked to my great aunts, and when they told me, and you described Derek as that silent period, and I was sitting here talking to 3 generations, bro. I'm talking to the youngest generation. She was, my age, or a little younger, and then her mama is older, and then my great aunt is their grandmother. And when I asked her, I said, I'm just to leave you with this. I asked her, I said, was there any Indian names that the family told you? My great aunt jumped in the conversation and said, on speaker, she said Creek. And I was like, do you mean Creek? Because, all I ever heard of was Creek. I'm looking up at the borders and all this shit. Creek is all around. But she said Cree. Cree was deep in Canada.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, them niggas never asked her. So I called one of my 78-year-old cousins that used to live in Carson, California, and Paramount, California. And I called, he went back because they call Louisiana, Mississippi home. My grandmother used to always say I wanted to go back home.
Home. That's home.
Always said she wanted to go back home. That was home. Mississippi, Louisiana was home. So I called him and I asked my cousin. This nigga said to me, we just didn't know the right questions to ask. That's what he said to me.
But that's why they educated us on something different. And they did it on purpose.
Yes.
Because if they didn't, we'd have been asking these questions, nigga, in our 19s, in our 20s.
Thank you. Man, I went to Morehouse. That shit was oblivious to me.
You gotta understand, these motherfuckers just got through dealing with Huey P. Newton and all of them in their 20s.
Yeah,
nigga, they didn't want to deal with us in our 20s.
But I'm from the crack era. And in the crack
you
era,
gotta understand, me too.
That's a new nigga.
No, you gotta understand, we were more militant than Huey P. Newton and all of them. We were just Africanized.
Yeah, they did that Pan-African shit on us, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that was a detour. But that got me to read. That got me to reading.
The X generation is the last generation of the old way.
I'm gonna be like my boy Anton, where he said there was no fucking he didn't know why he was doing school except for just to make his peoples happy. I'm 100% with that, because when I went to Morehouse and I started learning about, that Pan-African shit was the first time I ever heard anything positive about some people like us, bro. I'm sorry. They just weren't pushing that shit here. So I hear what he's saying with that. But that started me reading.
One of the things about this detour that y'all was talking about. So when we was talking to what's his name, Dukes, whatever that man's name is, right? And I was saying how he looks like Darthard Perry. So when I started looking up Darthard Perry, and he was talking about how the FBI pushed him into the Black Panthers. Y'all remember him? He was okay. So he said that he was going to school in Sacramento. Like he went to Sacramento State, and an agent approached him to join this thing. He said that he ain't never heard of no Pan-African stuff, no African nothing, and he was amazed that the white man knew more about Africa than he did. What is that? Right. So that's what he's telling you. If you just listen to his story and read between the lines, he's telling you that a government agent taught him Pan-African stuff. And then he probably went into the Black Panthers like, yo, we from Africa. And, he probably repeated everything that was told to him by that government agent. And that's how the detour happened.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. My boy went to Champaign, Illinois. One of my homies from the LA County. He got a scholarship or whatever. He was from Chicago, but he went back. And he was telling me, Jermaine, all that shit's at University of Chicago. All this black shit was at University. He was like, you get the best black education, whatever shit, at the white schools. I was going to Morehouse, but he was telling me they was more black than we were at Morehouse.
But at the same time, Chicago Institute, the school he's talking about, is where it started.
Yeah, you're right. I know the Medunetta teacher from there.
No, I'm saying
and
what's your boy name? The writer of the books. Not Langston Hughes.
Haley,
Don't call me Dr. King. You talking about Dr. King?
No,
Dr. Richard King?
No,
Alex Haley?
The Boys. Isn't his name the
Oh,
Boys?
the Boys. Okay.
Oh, Dubois.
There you go. He went to Chicago. Just like
That's
the
funny.
dude
That was my hall. I was in the Boys Hall at Morehouse.
even the white dude that he partnered with, they went to school together. And that's where that all started. The whole Pan-African studies. That's where it started at Chicago University.
Thank you. My boy told me that shit. I just didn't understand what he was saying. You know, this is so funny. This is 1990. He told me that.
But at the same time, we don't realize the minuteness of this story. It was
we
so
don't.
minute amongst the people. Like, ain't nobody, what? Okay, out of 100 people, 99 of them looking at him like, Africa? Nigga, I'm from motherfucking Mississippi. Nigga, I'm from Arkansas.
Thank you.
The fuck you talking about?
Bro, my grandmother was capping on fucking Morehouse when I went back. She's like, niggas don't know nothing. So it was like, she was definitely not gonna believe no damn Africans. She didn't think local niggas knew nothing. So let alone some damn foreign immigrants. So yeah, man.
Think about like
we were learning about Zora Neale Hurston, and when they first sent her out to, I think, like Florida to get the story of the Black folks, right? Because they want to know how, our African story. She kept going down to the Black neighborhoods, and there was no African stories, to the point where she lost her funding and went to like South Carolina, and that's where that Cujo story comes from, because she had to basically make it up. But what was going on is, if you listen to her story, listen to her first talk, she was going down there. They were funding her and everything. She was going there, New York, everywhere, all by herself, and nobody could give her no African stories. Zora Neale Hurston.
Yeah, I believe that. None. My grandmother didn't know nothing about that shit. She was dogging the Black shit, let alone some African shit. So I'm with you on that.
Look back at our grandparents, right? And ask yourself this question. Who taught them how to be American?
Their grandparents? Their mothers and fathers?
Right.
So, I learned about being American from my parents. I didn't know nothing about being American until my parents gave me this bullshit about being American.
Like, American is the shit that we just do. And the shit that we do, it was just what we do. Our parents just did it because of their parents. Their parents just did it because of their parents. Their parents just did it because of their parents. So who taught niggas how to be American? Because I can show you where white folks was taught to be American. But you can't find a line where no one taught niggas how to be American.
Interesting.
Like all the shit my grandmother made, like as far as cooking, nigga, it amazed me because who taught this lady this shit? Because she just knows this. Our grandparents' cooking could rival any chef today.
Oh, bro, they've been taking the recipes from all of the Black grandmas. They were debunking them and showed how science. You know how they do, man. This is once again what they do. They go and do the scientific research on your grandmama's cooking and find out everything she did was a method that they can now capitalize on and call it, what do they call it? Food science? They got some food science It's a food science now. It's all great grandma shit.
But that's what. Okay, but now you'd have to ask if they could create food science from a lady who you knew, you ate her food. Okay, who taught her the science?
Her grandmama.
Right. Okay, so now you keep going. Okay, you go back to your grandmama and her grandmama taught her. Nigga, wait a minute. Now we going back in time. So now you got to tell me that her grandmama's grandmama taught her. So now that's way too much time in this land that other people don't have time accounted for.
Man.
So
you ain't never
now
lied.
you have to look at and go, okay, let's look at some of this science. How long did it take to create this shit? How many trials and errors did it have to take? Even get to a point where, okay, now I can teach them this. Because if you think about the art of just simply making collard greens, nigga, like, how long did it take for somebody to figure this out?
I don't know, but my grandmama soaked them greens for a long time in the pot.
Exactly. But now somebody had to figure out the science of this. And that shit had to take a long time. Like all the ingredients in it, like, okay, who came up with smoked meat?
You know we did.
Right.
Come on
So how
now.
long did that take? You see what I'm saying? You gotta think about, like, if you investigate the science of soul food, and it's a science because anybody can't do it. You give you a recipe, but that don't make it good.
Yeah, you're right about that. My peoples love my grandmama's chicken. Now my mama made me a vegetarian since '82. I had to stop eating my grandmother's food because my grandmother was like, well, I'm a hide. My grandmother would hide some meat in any dish. She wasn't with what my mama was saying. So it's just so funny how our generations are. But I still remember, and my homies love my grandmama's chicken. To this day, I call her. You might know a little nigga named Ty Sedney. That nigga love my grandmama's chicken. To this
But
day.
see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I used to remember, man, like as a kid, like everybody would come to my grandma's house to eat. Like my grandma would ask the mailman when he come by, you want a plate? You hungry? Hell yeah, yes ma'am. He'll stand right there on the porch and she'll make him a plate, nigga, and send him on his way.
Aton, you the bomb with getting this shit together, bro. I really appreciate you doing this.
Yeah, I do too. I like how Aton is on the law. I just look at economics.
Yeah.
Like I can understand, like, okay, in order for you to have credit, there has to be an asset.
Thank you.
Okay, so now people tell you today is the truth. You are the asset. You are it. Okay, but they don't tell you that. No, it's you, Negroes. You're the asset, specifically.
Yes.
That's why, like, all the sovereignty paperwork and all that is an anomaly because it's done for a group of people to do at the same time to create a national income within itself with real resources. It's not supposed to be done on credit because credit can be discriminatory. You can issue it to who you want and who not. Whereas
that's your paperwork.
With a deal, yeah, right. But that's why there's an override to all this paperwork, especially court.
Well, your boy, the Treasury, Mr. What's his name? You know I'm talking about, the Treasury Secretary. So that dude said that we got hundreds and hundreds of trillions of dollars in resources. He said, so don't worry about running out of money for paying Social Security checks. I gotta find that for Aton. He's been asking me to find that, but that's when the Secretary of Treasury said that I will never forget that. He said we got hundreds and hundreds of trillions of dollars in resources, so don't worry about no damn Social Security checks.
I can show it to you.
Yeah, you already did, but that you were down to that damn clock, the debt clock. I saw the bottom line. I thank you so much for that, Derek. I really do, bro. Thank you so much for that, because that makes so much damn sense. It makes, I mean, that's what we need to dissect that damn clock and all them damn numbers, and that's a whole nother story there in itself, each one of them damn lines. But you said we at that bottom line, and I love that shit, because that's where the real nitty gritty is. So
we are the bottom line.
Thank you.
When you're born with two accounts, a private account and a public. Your public account is issued to you, and you call it a Social Security number. It's really an account. It's a 9-digit number, right? Now, if you add a 0 and a 1 in front of it, that makes it an 11-digit number. That's an account number. When you're issued EIN numbers, those are account numbers. That's why they're 11 numbers.
But so isn't this the reason why we should only be dealing with the Supreme Court of the land, never in these superior courts or these little local county courts? I mean, I think that was another thing that Aton was bringing up. But I always think about.
I don't.
Are the Supreme Court, like we hear these Supreme Court cases, right? Are there other cases that go on that we don't hear about?
But okay, the Supreme Court still resides in their jurisdiction. You have to come to the Supreme Court with your Social Security number, no matter what case it is. So therefore, all right, I don't want to operate on my Social Security number. I want to operate on my private account. So when I operate on my private account, none of y'all got jurisdiction. That's what it comes down to. None of y'all. Because y'all operate on my public account. Nigga, that's a dead entity.
Mm-hmm.
So now y'all got to prove that this dead man did that by bringing in a live person. Otherwise, it's dismissed. It didn't happen. It's done.
And they don't have no warrants and none of that shit they can come after you after, because all that shit is mute. I hear you.
The state only deals with your Social Security number. Anything other than that, you're foreign to them. An American is foreign to the United States. That's what I keep telling. That's the most important part. You are autonomous. You are a diplomat. You don't deal with them as far as their laws and their codes and shit. You deal with them as far as this money. Only thing we got in common is the motherfucking treasury. And the fact that I can exchange my money and my vote to currency that I can spend today. Now, once we get to that level, then you can do what the fuck you want as a nigga. And look at anybody in this motherfucker like what? And that's how your people wanted you to look.
Yeah.
This is yours. Nigga, this is my house. You live, you want to live here? Nigga, deal with what you got to deal with or don't. But if you fuck with a hair on in my chinny chin chin, you gonna find out, nigga, you gonna be on a boat, a bag, or a bus. Nigga, I don't give a fuck what it is, but you gonna be gone. I want to get to this point so I can teach my people, like, look, nobody can touch you here. Anybody touch you here, they gotta deal with us. And we ain't dealing with, you either getting on a boat, you getting in a bag, or you getting on a bus. But you're leaving here.
That's what I believe. There's only one court, immigration court, and we don't have shit to do with that.
Come to us. That's the real part about it. The taxes that y'all draw in as everybody else come to us.
Non-deportable business is what you're talking about. Well, who just came up? Who's that?
Yo, what's up? Y'all hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was getting phone calls and shit, bro. Yeah,
None
man.
the bit, nonetheless. What you got to say, bruh?
Now y'all about to roll out, ain't you?
Nah, man, we waiting for you.
Shit, I ain't waiting for me. I'm waiting for y'all.
No, Coach ain't said shit,
Y'all the
so
man.
he ain't said shit in a minute.
Y'all the man.
Nah, Isness, I love how you check my boy. Now, I don't know where Naughty is, but he should have been here because he was here today to answer. I thought we was going to squash all that shit we had yesterday, but he's not here, so it's all good. I still love the brother anyway, but we can move on.
And it's cool. Me and Nadi have actually, I mean, that's not our first rodeo.
Oh,
We have a
okay.
history. So there's no foul feelings. No hard
No,
feelings.
I don't think it like that. I just like how you guys. I love to hear the Queen lock it down, and you locked it down, and he really didn't come back to really say much. So I'm waiting to hear it because now they got a lot of shit to say.
He does, yeah.
I love what he got to say. I love that brother. He makes me think. That's all I can say. He makes me think, and I love that from him. So, but I love how a woman could just put it in plain English and where he at? Where he at?
Friday, bro.
But-
Who knows?
Oh,
But it's
he at the
crazy
club? He said Friday.
It's funny that you mentioned that because, like you said, like if you come from the island and you can't understand truly what happened on the mainland because we live this life.
I don't like to say that to him because I don't want to isolate him. But we don't have an
It's not
island life.
isolation. It's a different history. Period.
It would be like
Even though
us
it's the
going to. It would be like us going to Jamaica somewhere and telling them who they is and all this other kind of stuff. We kind of stay out of that business. Right? We kind of let those people decide what they're all about. And so I think that we should have the same courtesy. We don't go to no Virgin Islands. We don't really get in people's business like that. If a 80 person will come and tells us they're indigenous, we be like, "Aye, you indigenous." If they come and tell us they're African, "Aye, you African." Like we literally do not argue with them. Never seen
No,
an
we don't.
American person
Right, we
argue
don't.
with another person about their origin story.
Right. You're right.
We don't dog you and then say we. I'm like, how is it we? Nigga, it ain't we.
You know what's funny? Now that I think about it, like all the places I've been, like in America, like I took a tour with some music shit like back in the 90s, and I have to think about like niggas just know niggas. No matter what language they speak. In America, like I was in Colombia. Like, okay, you see the Spanish ones. But when you see the other ones, you be like, wait a minute. Them is niggas.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna tell
Yo,
you now.
I went to bro, Derek, I went to China my first time, and I got off the plane in Shenzhen when I went from Hong Kong to the mainland. First thing I came across was a dark-skinned Chinaman. I mean, dark-skinned Chinaman. The first thing I did was I looked at his skin, looked at my skin, and we got a nod. He nodded back. We didn't say shit.
Right. Niggas know niggas. Like if you think
We
about
didn't
this,
say shit. He just nodded like, yeah, I know.
You get a caramel girl from Brazil in every nation within South America and then Central America, and then you go all throughout the states, and you tell them girls to go in one room. and you tell them don't say nothing, and you pick out the nation that they from, nigga, you'll realize, nigga, you'll think this girl right here that's from Belize, nigga, you thought she was from Chicago.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
That girl from Louisiana, you think it's from motherfucking Venezuela?
Until she speaks, we don't know.
We don't know.
That's how I'm a firm. I believe that shit because
race, I realize what that means.
Yo, we don't have to speak.
No.
So now they gotta bring his ass back on the show.
This is for Nanya. My daddy.
Because I love my naughty.
Louisiana.
I love my naughty. That brother who taught me a lot of
Arkansas.
shit.
Hey, did y'all know Arkansas was the diamond capital of the world? Still
I
is
believe
today.
it. I told you Stone Mountain about
They got
Stone Mountain, Georgia.
They got a national park in Arkansas where you can go dig for diamonds today.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lady that just found a 3.09 carat diamond in the park in Arkansas. You can look it up.
Wow.
Yeah, diamonds are common.
Thank you.
But you gotta think about, okay, in Arkansas, do you know they have one of the second largest oil reserves in the world?
Yeah, I believe that because we ran the oil business.
Basically, the whole state of Arkansas underneath niggas is an oil pit.
Yeah, that's
I
what
think we
they
all
talk about.
should
Those stories that I was talking about that they tell you about. One of the stories is that there's oil on the land, oil on that land.
But you got to think about how old the land is for it to have an oil reserve and diamond. You know how much pressure and geological life got to happen for shit like that to happen within an area? They call this place the new one. This place ain't new at all. Huh?
Derek, have you seen the movie? They just did the movie with Sarah's Oil. Have you seen Sarah's Oil?
No.
Oh man, I gotta
You guys
Derek,
you guys were talking about that, weren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about it.
No,
Yeah, I was talking
I
about
haven't
it.
seen the movie though. Is the
okay,
movie good?
I gotta send you. I'm gonna send Derek. Give me your email. I will send you the movie. Get you a little whatever, little thumb drive, download it, whatever. I'll send you the movie if you need to.
Oh no, I can watch it right. I got an app on my phone that I can download.
Well, you download Sarah's Oil. I'm
Okay.
not. I want you to download Derek. I want you to download Sarah's Oil and I think it's called The Color, the Flower Moon. I'm gonna send you another movie, The Flower Moon, where they don't have none of us in it, but they're talking about us. It's all us. But in Sarah's Oil, they say deeds instead of land patents. They do that deliberately. Because the land patent is what the real shit is, and the deeds is some bullshit. But Sarah's Oil, they didn't really want that movie to come out. Personally, I feel because
Well, it's fake. That's why I say I ain't want to watch it because they lying about her age. She was young. She was only like 12 years old.
Yo, that's how old she is in the movie.
In what? The movie?
In the movie, she's only about 12 years old. They do that part justice, but what they don't do is they tell you how she got the land and how, and that shit's fake. They're saying they granted her this shit. They gave it to her. No, they didn't give her that shit. That was her shit. They had to record it at a certain level, and they made the movie in a way where if you look at the flower, the Flower Moon is a different movie, 3 hours long. That movie there talks about the head rights. And in them head rights, them niggas was murderous. They was killing us for them damn head rights. And when you think, and in that show, and then the Color of the Flower Moon, I got to talk to Aton about this so I can send it in the movie. So we should be able to see all these movies and review them and critique them.
But see, on the Sarah Rector story, right?
Yeah.
When we first researched her, they was trying to marry her. She was the richest girl under 12 in the world.
Yeah.
Because of that, right? So you had these old white men trying to marry her. Now, they try to say she inherited as a slave, which is impossible because you don't inherit.
That's a lie.
Now look, you know why? Because you automatically, if you already know that you can't be a slave, you inherit anything, that means you was never a slave, bro.
Thank you.
That means that you was a beneficiary. So anybody, where else do you ever hear about a slave inheriting anything? First of all, that disqualifies you from ever being a slave.
Her mama got a 160, her daddy got 160, and she got 160 acres. And they're not, the way they describe it is like a deed that the government ceded her for moving down into the Oklahoma territory. All that bullshit, all that fucking Hollywood shit that they add to the shit to make it the way they want to tell the story.
Yeah, they lying a lot in that movie over here.
They are, but still, it still is a representation of who is the real owners. Because I'm gonna say this to you, they got a show out. I text Aton this shit. They got a show out right now from Yellowstone. I was into the Yellowstone shit. I ain't gonna lie, I like that little bullshit. They be getting me on that shit. But the Yellowstone television story got a runoff called the Dutton Ranch. And guess what the lady's name in the Dutton Ranch is supposedly 125. Her family's been owning this land for 150 years. The pale-skinned lady's name is Beulah Jackson. How many Beulahs you know? Pale skin. I never met one. How many Jacksons have you met? Pale skin. I've never met one, and the only one I've ever heard of is Andrew Jackson. Yo, they're stealing our legacy right now in Hollywood. That shit just came out today. You can download the fucking movie today, the video, the television show. The first episode they released today. This is Beulah Jackson, brother. Beulah Jackson. It's gonna be some.
They tell you the truth, but it's not the whole truth. See what I'm saying? See, they gotta tell you. Well, it seems like they have to tell you some truth. They just don't tell you the whole truth.
Yo,
like,
they put Beulah Jackson as fair possum.
Think about. But I'm saying, think about this. They telling you the storyline goes. They've been owning this land for 150 years, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So now, if you think about, you go back in white history on American land,
it don't exist.
You go back 150 years, but if you go back 150 years, she's basically saying that I was adopted to an American family.
Exactly. That's what Aton said. That's what Aton was saying. I hear you.
Now, once I was adopted, the government did some janky shit to where I got the land.
And then she took their status.
You see what I'm saying? But that's the
they're
U.S.
not telling you that. So you got to come up with that part of the story.
Was to get all these children that you call orphan train kids.
Yeah, the train babies
adopted to black families. Yep. Now we can murder the black family because the kid already has the inherited name.
Yep. That's what we talked about. That we on the same page. I love y'all. I love my brothers because we on the same page when we know what's up. We know how to figure out this shit. That's some bullshit, bro. They got Beulah Jackson right now. You know who's named Beulah Jackson? 50 Cent grandmama named Beulah Jackson. 50 Cent. That's a Beulah Jackson I can believe.
That's you know how many Beulahs in motherfucking the South?
Thank you. Well, watch the show, bro. It just came out tonight. They just released it, and Beulah Jackson is the main character. Talking about this property been in her family 150 something years, 125 years. So they stealing our legacy. They stealing our names. They just stealing, bro. Steal.
See, but as of today, right? This is the first time that the United States had to deal with a legitimate pushback outside of the United States. See, the pushback from the shit that they've been doing has been from niggas. So it really ain't a problem because we got control of the money. So no matter what they say, we provide the look to the world of what they are. Now, today in 2020,
who's pushing back? Please tell me who's pushing back.
No, the world is okay. Look, if you go on the
you're
internet
right,
today,
you're right.
If you go on the internet today and say niggas is from Africa, 5 out of 10 motherfuckers that ain't even black, I tell you that niggas, you on some old shit, nigga. That's some last line.
Yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right, Derek. You're right.
You got too many content creators right now that ain't black. That's pushing facts.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Bro, that make you think that they knew that the whole time.
No, even if
U.S. government,
they know it now.
The U.S. government, I blame for all of this because they know exactly what the fuck is going on. The rest of the world were taught the same things that we were taught.
The U.S. government got 800 movies under their belt.
They thought we was Africans too. But today, that shit totally different. See, it's two things that solidify we ain't African. The fact that we can't get deported, and the fact that it's information out there saying that nigga, they Indian.
Say that shit again. We can't get deported.
The world knows that.
Priceless. Priceless.
Because Trump was voted in office on
by y'all niggas.
But everybody who voted for him was on some racist shit. Because everybody was actually on some, all right, get these niggas out the way and we'll take their place.
Yeah, right. Trump wasn't with that shit.
But you gotta understand. Okay, you gotta think like everybody thought that we are from somewhere else. Like they are from somewhere else.
They really believe we was from somewhere else other than Mississippi.
The fact that they felt like somebody brought you here. So
yeah, that's slavery.
You got brought here to this great place, and you're not taking full advantage of it. So all right, we're gonna get all y'all out the way, and we'll take full advantage of this great place. But now, when it all goes down, everybody looking around like, wait a minute. So, what you said?
Yo, we can't hear you. Where you go?
About the mentality. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello? Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I'm saying like if you think about the mentality of the everyday person, that's not correct. Everybody thinks we from Africa and we were born here enslaved.
Yo, is he low or is it just me?
Yeah, he sound low.
Can you hear me? Do I need to turn it up?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Oh, okay. If you think about the mentality of the everyday person, they think about niggas is from Africa. The white people brought them here. That's what they were taught. Yeah. So now, if you can't deport them, Mr. White Man, how can you say you brought him here?
He lying.
But now you got the authority to deport all other races but niggas? But you have a history of hating niggas. How does that work?
Yeah, so it seems very suspect.
But that's what I'm saying. Now the question to the world is, who really are the niggas?
Yo, I don't know if it was you or if it was Chief I Am, but he was on point with that shit where the rest of the world knows that they don't have no power. They're the middleman. And so they're not the real final answer.
Right. No, you got to understand. The world looks at the United States of America as a corporation because that's what it is. But nobody ever asks who's the owner. Nobody
knows that better than us. We the owner.
They come off as the owner, even though they're the middleman.
They are the middle motherfucking man. I think that was Chief I Am that brought that up. I don't know if it was him or you, but you guys was on point with that shit.
That's how I look at it. Because I'm looking at it on an economic level. Economically, this country is run the same way you run a regular fucking piece of property. There's a homeowner, and then there's the renter. The renter is considered a permanent resident. But he don't own this motherfucker. He can say what goes on in this bitch and everything.
Well, it's ran like this. Well, it's actually ran by the citizens. They got those people as the owners through the birth certificates. So the birth certificates are like stock certificates, right? Now, how they getting you is that they're charging administration fees, and they got outside investors on the labor from each citizen. So when you do a job and you pay the taxes, you're paying the investors. That's how they getting us. Now,
you're exactly right.
Now,
but they're getting you because you didn't start from the beginning.
Yeah, well, you understand that once that child is signed over through the mother, they automatically charge that child's new Social Security. This ain't congressional records. This ain't congressional records right here. You automatically, that child is being charged $30,000, but it goes onto the futures market.
I'm pulling for them. I'm pulling for Adam. So, are you saying that the child already got $30,000 in his account?
Yes, he does, but the child.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
but
hold on. Hold on. Stop right there. Mm-hmm. That 30 grand that's in the account already when he was born. What is that called?
It's called dividends.
How is that a dividend when he just born? He ain't made no money.
Right, but the thing about it is that's why they saying that a lot of these bonds are unsecured loans.
Because there's a word for the money that's in this account.
There's no money in it. It's just credits.
Okay, so where'd the 30 grand come from?
That comes from investors. That comes from other states holding on.
No.
That's why the United States is in debt because you got outside investors.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Where?
The 30 grand comes from his own account, his birth account, his birthright account, his birthright inheritance.
No, not really. No.
No, not really. Okay,
No.
so do you know that you have private accounts to your name that you can retrieve today legally?
Yeah, but bro, that comes from them. See the land. Listen, bro. The land and what's on the land is assets. See, the assets is what they're investing in, and interest in the land is what the money is derived from. So I can have labor.
Excuse me. Hold on. Let me tell you, that little black baby that was born is the asset because he had a birthright inheritance of assets.
Right.
See, he comes from the lineage of assets.
Yeah, but
listen, called the bottom line, which is at the bottom of the. Hold on, sir. Which is at the bottom of the debt clock today, which is called hidden wealth. which is administered directly to that little black baby once he uses his birthright accounts.
No, bro. This is what happens.
Yeah.
That money, no, the money that debt clock is based on imaginary money that our people haven't learned to balance. We haven't learned how to balance the checkbook. So this is the scam that they running on us. Once we balance the checkbook, we become the true inheritors of the land. But you want to know what the game they're playing? They actually are charging us for the labor that was put on the land to develop it. So they automatically putting what you call a mechanics lien on our estates. And because we don't have the accounting principles or know the system, we don't know how to do the paperwork in order to satisfy them and say, like, look, for your labor, this is what we're going to do. And all we got to do is cancel out all the debt. That's all. Guess what? The debt is actually money, is our money, but the United States as a system, as the Constitution of the land, actually goes to us as inheritors, as the inheritors. See, the money in the child is worth way more than $30,000 if you think about it. A life is worth unlimited. You could get a how much in a life insurance policy on an infant? Very cheap. You get $1 million policy, so you know it's worth more than 30,000. So that's why I say the 30,000 is just per person that was born that's stacked as hedge funds. So all those children that was born within that time frame are all stacked together, and then they're being invested in on a futures market when they turn 18 and they get a job. Now those investors start getting paid when that child gets a job. If you ever read Ronald Reagan did. Look, Ronald Reagan did a survey. You ever heard of the Grace Commission? All right, the Grace Commission. What did he put in there? He said that the money is not even the debt is not being paid. We're only paying the interest on the debt. The debt is not being paid. The taxpayers. The taxpayers.
Who's the debt? Who's the debt to?
The debt actually is two sides. The debt that goes to the investors, but the investors are unsecured loans. However, the wealth, I'm talking about the wealth and the assets that's tagged onto that debt belongs to the people. But you got to look at it this way. The land is worth way more than what the debt is calculated. It's worth almost 800, almost 999 trillion. The debt, we have unlimited wealth here. You can't put a number on how much wealth is on the land because it's way more than what the debt is actually calculating. You see what I'm saying? It's uncalculable.
Hold on. Okay, I understand. What you're saying. We'll break this down for a dummy. All right? You got a debtor, right?
Yeah.
You saying the creditor is the people, right?
Yeah, it's always been the people, but we're not in that position.
When was that transaction made?
What transaction? You mean the debt?
When did the people become the creditor for the debt?
Well, that's when you go to court. Look, now that you mention
the original transaction, has
bro,
to have
listen.
a time and a date.
Listen, what I'm trying to explain to you. That's why these courts, when you go into court, that's what you don't see, and that's what they looking at. Who's the creditor right now? You see what I'm saying? That's what the courts are trying to figure out.
Okay, we're talking economics. We're not talking criminal law.
No, that's what the courts are for. That's what the courts are doing.
Okay, so understand that this had to be a transaction in the first place because the country was not built like this. The economic structure that we live under today is a transition from an original one.
Mhm.
When was the transaction made to change it from the original to the one that we know today?
Happened during well, the first start of it, where they actually working toward. All right, after the Federal Reserve, when you talk about 1933, right? That was the finished product, but it started during Reconstruction.
No.
When they took our banks,
Okay.
we had our own banks and our own bonds.
I understand that. I understand all of that.
All right.
But you're looking over the transaction.
Look, bro, this is what I'm trying to
The
explain.
actual transaction that happened in 1933 was between two parties. The people who had the assets and the U.S. government who needed the credit. Period. Now, the question is, who are the people that had the asset?
Bro, all laborers have assets, bro.
Okay, so if you're saying that, then you would have to come up with the understanding that in 1933, 98% of white people were unemployed. It was a Great Depression. They were so much as eating each other. But the Negro didn't have a Great Depression at that time. The Negro had his own towns, cities, in every state, doing business legally. So now, if you can understand that these people you call Negroes are the executive to this transaction that you call a confiscation to create the Federal Reserve note to establish this credit that we're talking about. So therefore, the inheritance that the little baby has comes from his people from generation beyond generation, beyond generation, beyond generation. So therefore, this account number that I'm talking about that's private is, just like you said, unlimited.
Mhm.
As a group of people, these people have an unlimited resource. They just don't have access to it because they were never taught about it. They were only taught about their public account, which is their social security number, which leads them into their jurisdiction. It's really 1 + 1 is 2. Now, if you use your private account, you're not in their jurisdiction because you're actually moving as your executive status. As an executor, nigga, as a motherfucking creditor to a motherfucking creditee, why the fuck would I follow your rule? Nigga, you can't pull me over because I'm driving 6 miles over the motherfucking speed limit. No, that ain't how that works. Stop and frisk. No, that ain't how that works. These people are untouchable by law because they're autonomous. They are actually only in business with us. That's it.
Yeah, but they not, because that's what once you accept any of their possessions, you now are doing business with them.
What
So you
possessions do they have if you already own everything?
you don't own it. You're not the creator, bro.
Okay, this is what I'm telling you. If you can understand, do some research and figure out these private accounts that I'm talking about. And
I
understand
already
how they
know
work.
about all that stuff, bro.
What am I talking about then? Please I'll give you 2 minutes to understand, please.
Because
what account am I talking about? Specifically?
Bro, any private account, if you're talking about when you do a secure party process, bro, and you send in the banker's acceptance on the birth certificate. You're creating a routing number through whatever number you came. It might be your first initial, first last name, and you're using 1, 2, 3, 4. That's your routing number. You can use a registered mail as your account number. You can number your checks and you send that to the Treasury Department. That can be your private account to discharge any obligations when you run into debt. But you only do that if you're having issues where they're trying to take your property. They're trying to they up there trying to put you into foreclosure. They're trying to take your vehicle or whatever. You don't do that just to pay a little stupid bill. Those are used for big boy, and you can unlimitedly send the Treasury Department a indemnity bond for $100 million, because they trade in $100 million dividends. And how many can you do? It's unlimited, bro. That's what the deal was when Roosevelt made the banking, the House Joint Resolution 192, because you can satisfy, as long as you got those receipts, the Secretary of State has to pay or satisfy those notes. You can also use IOUs, because I know that the Federal Reserve is a private institution. It's not a part of the government. They actually have a constitution. That was the deal. That's what took them into their fiduciary duty as custodians over these accounts, because they created the Social Security account. But if you do it correctly, you can fire them as the trustees over those accounts, bro. You do that through now the private banking is done through the UCC, the UCC3. That's when you put a lien on all of the instruments that they create. You have a right to do that because of the doctrine of necessity. So you can be the executor and the trustee over at the same time, because you're the only one that can properly represent that entity. So you put a lien on your Social Security account. That is for how much? How much can you put a lien on yourself? As much as you want. You can put it for $10 billion. And guess what? Nobody can say nothing, because it's your shit, which makes you the top lien holder on the account. And once they accept the packet, you can play the same game they play on you. You accepted it, right? You better not send it back, because I know you already got notice that I am acting as a fiduciary, as my own private bank. So they got to accept it. Your $100 million bond, your indemnity bond. So you write it up just like their bonds. You get bond paper, you go to Staples, you put $100 million on there, make it look good, put whatever watermarks on it, and whatever. And you wait for that green card to come back. That's proof that they got it. Now you got a $100 million credit at the Treasury Department. And you write your checks according to whatever check number. You put your account number on there. You put all it. You put in care of your Social Security number without dashes on the Gospel Instrument or International Bill of Exchange, whatever you want to call it, and you satisfy whatever big debts you had land or whatnot. And you pay their asses off for developing the land and whatever water lines they put on there. Once you satisfy that, they done. Because you can't pay debt with a debt. How you gonna say I owe you a debt when you owe us debt? So I don't care how much they say we owe them for developing our land, they owe us more, 1,000 times more. So take it out the money that you owe me. You see what I'm saying? So they keep charging us for developing our land and putting roads down. They charging us. So all we gotta do, you owe me more than I owe you. So take it out the indemnity bond that I got on the Treasury Department.
Okay. Specifically, I asked how you acquire these accounts. You don't acquire,
bro. You don't. I just explained to you. You don't acquire, bro. You don't acquire the account. You create. You have. I just explained. Hold up, bro. I just explained to you how you do it yourself. You don't acquire it from nobody. I just told you step by step how to do it yourself. You're the creator of the account. You're the private bank. You don't acquire anything from them. You do it yourself. I don't care about what they say, bro. You do it yourself, bro. You're the bank. You create the checks. You create the bonds. You send it to them. That's it. I don't acquire nothing from them.
Okay, first of all, I understand. All right, just let me explain,
All right, go ahead.
please. You're right. The private bank, you're absolutely right. But you're born, yeah. That little black baby's born a private bank through inheritance.
Right. But they're charging the
All right?
baby, and
Now,
all you gotta do is send them
hold
that
on.
check back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. The only reason there's a problem is because the baby was never taught that he has two accounts. It's real simple. The account that you call a Social Security number, there's an IRS form you can fill out to become the fiduciary of that on the private side, and they will issue you an account number.
I got you, bro.
All right, hold on. Let me finish.
No, go ahead.
Now,
Go ahead.
that when you are issued that account number, they lead you directly to another space in the IRS form, right? Would lead you to an account number for what you call an estate and trust. Once you acquire that, they lead you to another form of the United States IRS service, which is a foreign granted trust number. These are all account numbers. These are private account numbers. Okay? So now these three account numbers are directly attached to the public side of your Social Security number. Now, you can operate with your Social Security number, and you see the problems with that. But now, if you learn to operate with these three numbers, then you would understand what freedom looks like. Because everything that you just said, as far as the Treasury and all of that, that is what this is through. These account numbers are directly from the Treasury. The IRS is your secretary. They provide all the forms for you to be a private bank. So you can move directly through the Treasury. See, you're the only group of people in the United States that don't need to be authorized to do anything. Certified, nothing. Your birth certificate is of stock value, not bond value. That's why when you look at the debt clock, it shows you two different accounts at the same time. It shows you the debt and it shows you the actual asset. These accounts are based on the asset, not the debt. But I can tell you maybe even 0.5% of our population know they even have these accounts and how to use them. Now, if all of us knew about these accounts and how to use them, then they would look at life a whole lot differently, because it would show you by value that you are here first.
Right.
See, these accounts are made for what you call currency exchange. You know what that is?
Yeah,
Do you understand what currency exchange is?
I mean, it's what you use for currency, and what somebody else uses for currency may not be the same, but it's still acting as the same value.
Exactly. Now, what we have in this country, we have a in circulation currency and an out of circulation currency. both moving at the same time. That's what we have. That's why we have a reserve here. Now, the value of the currency that's out of circulation is higher than the value of the currency that is in circulation. Now, those who have accounts to these assets have unlimited amounts of money. But you had to be here before 1933. And for you to actually have assets that's unlimited, you would have to be heirs to some people that would have to be here long before 1930. The only people, as a people, that was here long before 1933 is us. So, therefore, you can understand why they keep this system the way it is today. Because I can show you 3 generations ago, 4 generations ago, when it was flipped and what it looked like. They was broke and we had money. So they was like, all right, well, fuck it. We're going to put all the money in the central bank and open up a credit line. So the nigga was like, all right, well, fuck it. You're going to open up a credit line, everything free to us. We'll just exchange the money. We'll exchange this old money for this new shit. Now, if you can understand the value of this shit is crazy to me. Because, okay, do you know what a gold or a silver certificate note is? Have you ever heard of that? A gold or silver certificate note? My man, you're not. What's your name? None? None your business? Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's nonetheless. That's nonetheless.
Nonetheless. I was if you knew about the gold and silver certificate. Like, hey, you ain't tripped on the value of a silver certificate note, Aton?
Tripped off what?
A silver certificate note. Like the value of it today.
Nah.
All right, a silver certificate dollar bill, right? Holds the same value as a silver dollar.
Right.
All right, but now, you know how much one silver dollar is today? You know how much an ounce of silver is today?
Yeah.
It came in the market at $77 today. So if you had one silver dollar, it's like 77 bucks. So now imagine all the people that's attached to the real assets of this country, because it's all based on gold and silver certificate notes.
All right, but where is that going? Where is that going? I mean,
Okay.
it's not functional.
It all depends on what account numbers you're working with. You got private accounts and you got public accounts. Your private accounts work with that money because you have to exchange it. It's out of circulation. So they have to go in as a treasury and calculate how, like, let's say you wanted $77,000, right? The treasury would have to go in your account, retrieve $1,000 and exchange it for the 77,000 and turn it into a value that you can use today, which is Federal Reserve notes.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. You're breaking up. You're choppy.
Yeah, I'm driving right now, so.
Oh
gotta
yeah,
hear you.
that's it. That's right. Well, yeah, it's the value of the silver and the gold and silver certificate is the actual, the real value, because those notes are based on gold and silver prices today. Like a gold, think about how much a gold certificate note, like $100 bill, gold certificate note. Think about how much that's worth right now in value. Because $100 bill, I think it would be valued back then like 5 ounces of gold. So 5 ounces of gold, niggas like what, nigga, 20 grand? It's like 4,500 an ounce right now.
Yeah, I ain't gonna be no good for you right now, Derek. I'm in traffic right now. I'm moving around. I got a lot of noise around me, so I can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh no, it's all good. Get to where you gotta go safely.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I can say based on what what you're talking about these silver certificates, man, they don't mean shit today. You can't use them. They commodities now. They not assets.
It's out of circulation money.
They're not mediums of exchange. You can't use that. You know what I'm saying? Unless you actually know what you're doing. Can you hear me?
You can exchange federal. You can exchange it for Federal Reserve.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, but why would you want to exchange them? Yeah, why would you
they have a higher
exchange those
value.
Federal Reserve notes?
They have a higher value.
Yeah, I don't know why would you want to use them? I don't know why you exchange it for Federal Reserve notes.
Because one silver certificate note, $1, right? You can exchange it for 77 Federal Reserve notes.
Right.
So let's say you want $1,000 in exchange. That would get you $77,000. And like, okay, using the debt clock, right? And you seen at the end it said 600,000 per citizen. So now that's 600,000 silver certificate note. So that's 600,000 times 77. Think about how much money is that.
I don't know. Don't ask me no questions, D. I can barely hear you.
No, I'm saying like, what's 600,000 times 77?
Right. Yeah, but yeah, man. You gotta think about it this way. Is it better as an exchange or is it better as secure collateral? That's what I'm talking about.
It's always going to be secure collateral because you own the gold that is backing.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying.
You got to understand, this is all profit
I don't know
from
why
the
my Bluetooth does not allow me to connect to my dang old phone. Hold on a second.
Okay, come here. Come here now. Come here.
Yeah, man. Talk. Let me know when you can concentrate.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you now. You good? You know.
Nah, this iPhone hot and just messing up the phone. So.
Nah, I just want you to get where you gotta go safely, bro.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. It's just this phone is hot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
But yeah, hold on. I'm in the auto shop though. Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, I'm just chilling, man. I finally get to sit down and smoke me some weed and chill on out. But that's what the gold and silver certificate notes is what led me to understand how all this shit works. Because it leads you back to the cartoon of Richie Rich, how he was a trust fund baby. And basically, I'm saying that I can basically 99.99% say the paperwork show you that y'all need a trust fund baby. But, Aton, I got a hell of a question.
Yeah, hold on a sec. I'm in the auto shop. I'm in O'Reilly's right now getting a part.
The dielectric grease. So what it does.
Off my cup. What you drink? Oh, that's tripping. No, I ain't even had that one yet. What you got?
Coming on the staircase.
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah, man.
You good? Okay, got a question.
Yeah.
How do you convince your people? I said, how do you convince your people that they have a parallel account that's on the private side, just like they have a public account?
You talking about our people? Yeah, you gonna have to show you got to come with a bag. You don't come with no bag, they ain't listening to you. You already know what it is, D.
Okay. So, like, what you mean by bag? Like all the way crazy with it, bag, or what?
One.
Because Aton,
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you the glitch to this whole little shebang. How do you prove this bag that you got?
I mean, hey, you asked me a question. Now I'm talking about if we talking about people that we dealing with, yeah, you gonna have to show them something. That's it.
Right.
You ain't showing them nothing. They ain't believing none of that.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean that's it. That's all. I mean, there's no way to do that, and you're not gonna get me up here giving them a whole breakdown. I think I gave a good synopsis on how to get it done. But outside of that, I ain't giving them nothing else.
Okay.
No, sir.
That's my whole question, because I just understand, like, the way this game is played, the opposition is not going to let you promote that publicly. So how do you still mass produce it? You gonna have to wait it out for word of mouth privately, or how do you figure out a way to get it to the masses?
I mean, technically, yes. Except it's not a box, it's multiple boxes.
Say that one more time. Who was that speaking? Hey, Aton, you know anybody in the real estate game?
Hey. All right, so what we gonna do right here, man? This was great. This was great. Still 4 people in the chat. You know, we moved around. I had to move around. I had to take care of this business. But yeah, under the circumstances, I appreciate y'all being here on Friday. And yeah, we just gonna end it off on that tip, right? So here's what I can do is I think we got a lot of stuff done. I think you know, if I come up on Friday, you know, I don't want to do a lot of talking. I want to just be able to, you know, give the floor to you guys so you guys can bring some topics up on what we discussed over the week, and then we can kind of get at it. You know what I'm saying? But I think at the end of the day, I think everything was good and wholesome. But under the circumstances, what I would say is peace. Let me go ahead and check. Boom. Hey, we out of here. Appreciate y'all.